live. This is Julien from the Royal Seamoss Company, or the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and you're watching another Let's Talk About Seamoss. I'm not sorry that we started late, but I did start way later than I expected. Just had a busy night, and it is what it is. That's part of the reason why I don't really set a time for me to do this, because I just know that with my busy schedule, it's really difficult to commit to these times consistently, twice a week, every week. We've been doing this since like almost December, so that's a lot of investment. You know what I mean? And being running this business and everything, it's unfortunately my lifestyle is not really consistent as I'd like it to be. But it is what it is, and I'm happy to be in it. You know what I mean? I'm not complaining. So I wouldn't trade it for anything else at the moment. So let's get into it. What do you guys want to talk about tonight when it comes to Seamoss? I don't know what's going on with this camera. Maybe I need a different angle. It's like I used to have this like light that came in here, but I keep forgetting it at the warehouse. And so, actually, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring the two cameras together. And that way the angle looks almost synergy. That way I could look like I'm looking at everybody at the same time. And tonight we're doing the show on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Clubhouse. So, doesn't matter what platform you're on, you'll be able to get it. And hopefully I want to be able to get on TikTok. I'm really trying to, I don't want to lie. I'm not even trying at all. But I want to get my numbers up on TikTok so that I can do a live stream there. I'm really curious about that. I think that, I don't know. I think there'd be a lot of people on that platform. No. I need to get something to drink. What's up, Bowl City and Brown Landing? So, I don't know. Let's wait a little bit to see who shows up and comes in before I start getting into it. If anybody has any just general questions, don't be afraid to put them in the comments, and I'll try and read them. For some reason, I'm not getting all my Facebook comments, and I'll have to look into that. Yeah, Bull City, I'm good. I'm just, living life, Seamoss life. I'm actually starting to plan my trip to St. Lucia, so I'm really excited about that. So, yeah, I'm going to be in St. Lucia probably in the middle of June. And so I'll be probably staying there for like a month. And, just chilling out and reconnecting with people. I'm really excited to run into some old friends that I haven't seen in a while and touch base. I'm kind of curious to see how things will be different when I go there, because obviously I've been doing a lot of these live streams. People have been watching them, so I'm probably pretty positive that people are going to recognize me, or those that know me are going to have a good laugh. Saying, "Oh yeah, I see you on the live stream." So Wineko Scott says, "I need to get a website up and going. Do you have any suggestions on sites to make it easy?" Yes, I do. So the main site that we use, or the site that we use, and the site that I would recommend is Shopify. And the reason why I would recommend that let me turn this off. The reason why I would recommend the Shopify is because with the Shopify, almost everything is sort of set up and ready to go, and it's really easy to like add things and upgrade stuff. So, like, oh, Mr. O, what's up? Let me invite him to speak. So, like, if you want to add in shipping modules or, review sites or other stuff, adding it to Shopify is very easy. Now, there is an expense with Shopify. There's, a fee for all that you sell and stuff like that. And honestly, we kind of figured out those rates and adjusted our prices in such a way to compensate for some of those costs. And some of them we just eat, and that's the nature of the business. But if that's something that you're not comfortable with, there are other options, alternatives. A second recommendation I would say would be to go with WooCommerce, and that's doing like a WordPress website. That's almost virtually free. But the problem with having a WooCommerce website is that a lot of the setup and design is left up to you. And if you don't know how to do that, or you're not comfortable with doing that, it can be really difficult. And so that's the main reason why I recommend Shopify. It's because it's very easy to kind of like click this and just import things into it, add in a theme that changes the look in your design, start grabbing modules and just, sections and just, drag them to your website. It's all sort of drag and click. And so that's why I kind of say Shopify is a good option to go with. I hope that answered that question. What's up, Mr. O? How you been doing, bro? How's business for you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not bad.
Curious to see how things will be different when I go there.
I am trying to answer questions on some of the groups that for some reason, I'm supposed to be able to do it in one window, but it doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, these computers. But yeah, other than that, life is good. Business is good. Was out to dinner with my wife and my brother and his wife. So I'm kind of like a little fucking bloated from all the food. We a little bit over ordered, which is typical for me.
Yes, yeah. I watched a video and I think you rank out all that successful. I mentioned.
Pardon?
I'm saying I think you rank out that successful. I watched your video.
You watched my video about excess food?
No, I watched your video last recording.
Oh.
On Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, either Facebook or YouTube. So I think if you do overeat, it doesn't show. You must work it out from your physique.
Oh, you're saying I don't look like I overeat?
Yeah, you don't look fat.
Oh, listen, don't let my good looks fool you. I just wear it well. But you know what? I think it has a lot to do with the Seamoss. Although I was like a lot bigger, maybe 2-3 years ago, and even then before that, when I was younger, I was like 230 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting story though. When I was big, my brother was like super skinny, and I used to always tease, like he used to always tease me about being big, and I would tell him like, bro, one day the tables are gonna turn, and you're gonna be fat, and I'm gonna be slimmer than you, and I'm gonna make fun of you at every opportunity that you get. And so every opportunity that I get, like to be, like he's now bigger. He's like twice the size of me. And so I remind him, like I told you, like That's how karma is. You know what I mean? You got to be careful. What goes around comes around.
I think it's a mental thing. Once the mental is adjusted, the weight comes. I'm actually a very skinny guy myself.
You know what?
You know,
It's funny you say that because I totally 1000% agree with you, to the point that at one point when I was sort of losing some of my weight, I I I was going on what I was saying to people was like a mental diet, like a manifest diet. So I believed and thought that I was skinny, and so my logic to it was that if you think this is and you believe this is, therefore you will act like this is, and you will become that you think. You know what I mean? And so it worked. Like I started eating less and sort of thinking more healthy because I was like, hey, I'm a healthy guy. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it was a strange experiment, but it was really interesting to um, to do that. Yeah.
yeah, it's been a whole life journey for me. I don't know that I'm sure that I am a terror survivor, and I've gone. I still suffer the effects, and that's what led me to the journey of a healthy lifestyle. And for me, it's a whole lifestyle. I was in Pio's room yesterday.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, he was talking about uh, uh, he does holistic living. I think he's a coach or something,
Hmm.
and it's a whole lifestyle for me. The food I eat, I ascribe a certain diet, the blood type diet. The moringa I grow. I try eat all my food is mostly what I grow,
Hmm.
and it's a whole lifestyle for me. And that's why I got so excited about Seamoss, coming across something that I can make my life.
Yeah.
In terms of promoting it, in terms of even growing it and processing it,
Hmm.
and earning a living from it.
No, and I agree with you. And you have to make it your lifestyle in some ways, and you have to have a love for it because there is so much work and preparation in sort of preparing your own foods. But like you said, the rewards from having that is kind of like life changing. I try to eat better, but when I think about wanting to eat better, I focus on the fact that, like, okay, this stuff is going to give me nutrients that are going to most importantly, affect my mood, right? And my mood is going to affect my decisions. And my decisions is ultimately what's going to affect my life. And so if I'm constantly eating bad food that's putting me in a bad mood, then my decisions are going to reflect the mood that I'm in, which is going to be negative and sort of counterproductive of what I want. I'm not going to have focus. I'm not going to have sort of drive, motivation. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to want to sit and watch TV than do what I really want in my heart to do. You know what I mean? Like I think some people don't really understand how much like food can really play a role into sort of where you end up in your life.
Yeah, most certainly. It touches everything. You said
Hmm.
that your gut is your second brain. It controls your mental state, your mood, basically your everything. It's
Yeah,
important to stay healthy all through life.
yeah.
Yeah, and currently, I don't, I think I mentioned I make seaweed fertilizer. So I'm debating about gas, to see whether I can make biogas because it does produce a lot of methane. So I'm thinking of, I'm looking at biogas plants, the best, probably most effective, cost effective, and
Have you
that's why
looked?
I can make.
Sorry to cut you off. Have you looked at Sagassum?
Sorry,
Sagassum, Sagassum seaweed.
the what?
So there's a seaweed, right, in the ocean. It's called
Oh
Sagassum.
yes, I got some. Yeah, that's what I make my fertilizer for.
Yeah, and so there are a few companies. There's a company in St. Lucia called Alagas or something like that, and they use the Sagassum as a way to make the fertilizer, just like you. And so my question is, because I don't know too much about the stuff, is could you use sagassum as a way to create this methane gas? Because if you could, there's so much sagassum everywhere. And, with the rising prices of gas, if it was possible to start making sort of methane vehicles and we can sort of create machine like imagine we lived in a world that instead of having oil tankers, we had these collection like boats that went and collected all the sagassum that's like terrorizing the ocean, and we converted that into some kind of biofuel.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
That's why I'm looking at the best biogas. I think it starts slowly, with just a simple need that slowly grows on
Mm-hmm.
to something,
Mm-hmm.
energy efficient
No.
drive vehicle.
No.
But personally, thing I'm looking at is the gas would power a dryer or a dehydrator, food dehydrator,
Mm-hmm.
so I can dry my moringa and other foodstuffs,
Mm-hmm.
and the CMOS, instead of drying it on racks.
Mm-hmm.
If
Mm-hmm.
I can maybe get an oven that is powered by the methane gas, the biogas, that
Yeah.
would be amazing. Your whole circular economy, nothing
Well,
goes to waste.
definitely, I think for in the ways of maybe dehydrating foods or herbs, CMOS, I would run some tests first before you sort of jump, because to me the best way to dry it is in the sun. That's the natural way, and that if I were to use a machine to do it, it would be more to extract the moisture in the air, like some kind of dehumidifier or something like that. So I don't know if you can make that through like a biofuel like methane, but if you could, that
Yeah,
might be.
the way I see dehydrators work, they are either biomass fuel,
Hmm.
hot air. They dry using hot air, not the methane gas itself.
Hmm.
So the gas from the biogas plant would be used to create a fire,
Yeah.
and the fire is what would produce hot dry air
Yes.
that would then go into the work in the oven um,
Yes.
to of
I
course you can't put methane
No,
gas.
no, I wasn't suggesting the methane. What I mean is like if you could develop a device that could run, because like our in North America, our dehydrator machines, they all run on electricity, and they run on some kind of like fan and a coil that extracts the water. They don't do a system where they pump hot air into it, and so this is why I was saying, I'm not sure if that would be the correct method, because I don't think hot air would be appropriate to add to CMOS. More cool air would be better, and something where the air was dry, where it was not so much hot, but devoid of any moisture. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. This is why I said
Okay,
test it.
that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I said test it
Yeah.
because
So,
what
so
is
when
in
you
my
use it,
head
right?
doesn't mean what
You use
actually happened.
dehydrators.
Huh?
You use dehydrators, but at a lower temperature.
No, we don't use any dehydrators for the drying the sea moss
It's
in
all
St. Lucia.
solar dry.
Huh?
Okay. It's all solar dry.
Yeah. So in the hold on, let me take a drink for that. When they're drying the sea moss, yeah, it's in the. They'll usually have these like houses that were lined with plastic, and they have like a vent at the top that will release the air out, and so the heat draws. It's like a convection situation where the heat draws the hot air that pushes it out, that draws the cool air in. Now they don't want hot air to to, to dry the sea moss. They want cool, fresh air. But the hot air creates the vacuum that causes. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah, I'm trying to send you some pictures on WhatsApp. Just have a look
okay,
and Have a look at this one.
Yeah, let me take a look on WhatsApp. Yeah, I'm just waiting for my WhatsApp to load. Oh, my computer's so slow today. You sent it already? Oh, here it is. You send the picture already? I don't see it. Maybe it's coming in. Let's see what's up, guys. Seriously. See if there's any questions. New question. Oh, here's a photo. Yeah, okay, so we have something similar like that, except that you see how you have that little cooker there? We don't have that. What we have is at the bottom of it, there's vents, and then at the top, there's like a vent. And so the sun, and it's a little bit more a little bit more see through than this. But the racks are similar, the same. You know, what I mean, we have like 3 racks high, and yeah. But then we also have ones that what?
Sorry, that's what do you call a duo.
Mm-hmm.
It uses both solar
Mm-hmm.
drying because it's sort of like the greenhouse setup, and then it uses biomass.
Mm-hmm.
The front thing is for burning biomass, and then it channels the air into the greenhouse, which is circulated out and eventually ends up just first and sort of the drying process.
That looks
And
cool.
that's just one setup. Let me send you a few more pictures. So I'm debating, looking at alternatives to see what's up.
No, this looks cool. And if you could create a biofuel that does this, it could be more than just like CMOS, like you're saying. A lot of the herbs and stuff like that. But also if you can create this biofuel, it's got even benefits for like home use. You know what I mean? If there's a way to do it, I don't know. But like if you could transfer it so that it can be used in the home, a lot of homes use propane, and the cost of propane is like you know going up a lot lately, and so I don't know. Would it be something like if you produce this thing? Would it be like a fuel that you sold, or would you develop a machine that would transfer it, convert it into fuel?
It will be all home industry.
Yeah.
Home industry. So if the other thing is the biogas to produce electricity,
Mm-hmm.
which then you can use electricity for the drying process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm racking my mind talking to engineers, see whatever will work. And what inspired me was this video. Let me send you this video. It is this guy has been at it for a while, and well, I'm surprised to put it out there, but
What?
that was really there's this video.
Oh. What's the video about?
Yeah, I want to send it to you.
Okay, send it.
So you have a look.
What's
I hope Seamoss gets me a better phone calls.
What do you mean?
Seamoss gets me a better phone.
Oh, you hope that Seamoss gets you a better phone? Then you know what? If honestly, if you want my advice, if you want that to work, then you say Seamoss will get me a better phone. Because once you put the word hope, your subconscious now thinks that there's a possibility, there's doubt, and you won't be able to achieve it if there's doubt in your mind.
The power of manifestation.
Yep. Yep. There's a video that I recently came across on YouTube. If you get a chance to Google, it's called "The Game of Life and How to Win It," and it really sort of goes into that power of the manifestation and explains how that exists and why it exists. And it's all about like, utilizing these laws that God has set out for us, and like we've forgotten them or we don't practice them, for whatever reason. But they're there and they've always existed. And as long as we acknowledge them and use them, then things change in your life.
You called it the game of life.
The game of life and how to win it. It's like from 1924 the book was produced. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ricky?
Not too much, man. What's going on?
Good. Sorry, what did you say, Mr. O? I missed that. You were saying something.
No. Sorry. I'm still trying to send it the video.
Okay, no problem. When the video comes, we'll check it out, man. For sure. What are you doing? You look like you're in the lab, Ricky.
Yeah, I am. Man, it's Sunday, so I'm experimenting. I actually did a good experimentation today, though. I made vegan banana pudding with Seamoss.
Vegan banana pudding.
Right. I had to add Seamoss to it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's it. I think I got one.
I wonder if there's a way to make that all into a powder. And then you just add water and now you have vegan banana pudding,
That's a good question. You know what? Maybe I have to freeze dry it. See if you can freeze dry it afterwards and see what happens.
Yeah. Could you just freeze dry it as like a pudding or?
I'm guessing so. But okay, so this is the thing is that I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen with it because there's no water content really. Like it's mostly like I use mostly coconut milk. I use some coconut cream, vanilla extract, straight bananas. Trying to think what else I had to put in there. I use arrowroot powder.
70% of avocados are grown by smallholder farmers, according to International Trade Center. One of the reasons why the demand for avocados has grown both locally and globally has been new key players are making byproducts along the value chain. And today I am meeting with Kennedy Thiongo, who produces crude avocado oil. Kennedy, tell us a little bit about this particular plant.
Our avocado oil extraction setup has
not bad. I was out for dinner.
Stages.
Just came back. That's why I started late. Now I'm watching this video.
Peeling
this
and
is pretty
removing
cool what they're doing with
avocado. The stone from the fruit, and then the pulp is mashed and spread in these dryers. So this dryer is capable of drying 50 kgs of avocado pulp in 3 hours. Then from here, we then take it to the press and we press the oil. We process the waste into charcoal briquettes. We use that charcoal briquette for our boilers in place of wood. Avocado oil is on high demand. Whenever you talk to these customers, the quantities they are mentioning, they are big quantities. Some are mentioning even 100 tons every month. And we can only commit to a small quantity in the beginning as we expand our production. We are able to do
Bro,
currently.
you're gonna
We are
have
able
to
to
put
do around
together
200
like
liters of oil
some kind
in a
of
day.
recipe cookbook.
We are working on expanding
One,
this facility to be
two,
able to do
like
a
I'm
ton
just thinking like,
of oil
geez, like
in a day.
that thing can
When you're
only
targeting the
have a
retail
seed
market,
in any
a
kind
liter
of
of oil
like
we sell at around
vegan
3,000
aisle or,
shilling.
you know what I mean, like the
When you're targeting
section
the
that
bulk
has it,
market,
because they'll
the
want
same
that
liter
banana pudding
sells at
thing,
$7
and it's all to go, and
a
it's,
kilo.
you know, it's, and you know, enriched with Seamoss, you know.
Truthfully, I think I might end up selling this because I liked it this much. Like
That's
it
what I'm
actually
saying.
tastes just like banana pudding, and yeah, this was actually really simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's super simple. So I won't say it was simple, but like it was fun to do.
Mm-hmm. So, hey, Mr. O, this video that you sent me, so they're basically making biofuel out of avocados. Are these like sort of overripened avocados? Is that why they're using them?
Like they're making biofuel out of anything right about now.
It's crazy. What? Sorry, what'd you say, Mr. O?
They're making avocado oil, and after the press, what comes out is the cake. So the cake, they use that to make briquettes, and then there's the byproducts, the steam, I think. I don't know that they use the seed. So the cake of it, either if they don't get the market, they'll convert that into fuel.
Wow.
So it's a circular kind of a thing. They must be very valuable as either animal food or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's the skin and other byproducts.
Yeah, all
the
all the leftover and stuff.
So that setup also intrigued me because that's another drying. I tried to figure out what are those. Are they steam tables or what? How do they dry using those tables?
So let me go back in the video there. I don't think there's steam tables in there.
Avocados are grown by smallholder farmers according to International Trade Center. One of the reasons why the demand for avocados has grown both locally and globally has been new key players are making byproducts along the value chain. And today I am meeting with Kennedy Fiongo, who produces crude avocado oil. Kennedy, tell us a little bit about this particular plant.
I don't know,
Our
but I know from there it
avocado
looks
oil
like
extraction setup has
it's on a
4
plate. They
basic
put it out
stages.
there, and then they have
There is
the room gets hot.
the peeling and removing of
So I don't know if you
the,
could see this,
the
Ricky. We're
stone
looking
from
at it on
the
the live stream.
from the fruit.
But Mr. O
And
sent me
then
this video where they're
the
making
pulp is
different
mashed
products with the
and spread
avocado.
on these dryers.
So first showing how to
So
make
this dryer is
they're
capable
making
of drying
avocado
50
oil,
kgs
and then they're taking
of
the
avocado pulp
leftover from the
in
avocado
3 hours.
and turning it into a
Then
biofuel. Like
from here, we then take it to the press and we press the oil. We process the waste into charcoal briquettes and use that charcoal briquettes for our boilers in place of wood. Avocado oil
it kind of moves
is on
quickly
high
in the
demand.
steam, but I think
Whenever you
the
talk to
brown
these
stuff
customers,
and the brown stuff, it's like
the quantities they are mentioning
they're
is
using some
they are
kind
big
of
quantities.
like heat.
Some are mentioning even 100 tons every month.
I think they
And
maybe heat up
you
the
can only
thing and
commit
then
to a small quantity in
press.
the
I don't
beginning as
know.
we expand
I'll
our
have to
production.
watch it later.
We are able to do currently around 200 liters of oil in a day. We are working on expanding this facility to be able to do a ton of oil in a day. When you're targeting the retail market, a liter of oil we sell at around 3,000 shilling. When you're targeting the bulk market, the same liter
I've been actually
sells at
looking at
$7
doing.
a kilo.
I was interested in doing a biofuel with coconuts and like coconut husks.
That's exactly now that's the next thing because if you can get into the coconut oil making by drying them that fast and that convenient. Just get a press. I got a few presses from let me send you pictures from China.
Mm-hmm.
And,
send me those pictures because it's funny you say that. I have a friend of mine that is just like, well, not to say he's driving me nuts, but he's like really, he wants to get into doing his own processing, his own coconut oil because he can get the coconuts like virtually for free. and so he wants to make the coconut oil, but he's been boiling it. So yeah, hey Ricky, I think we're sending you some coconut oil. I forgot to check him to see if he included it, but if not this time, next time. But I got some a bunch of bottles of homemade coconut oil from my buddy Smiley. Smiley, yeah. That's my boy. And so
you're making soaps and lotions and all that. You need the coconut oil.
What'd you say, Ricky?
It's a jar.
Yeah, you just ate that vegan peanut pudding.
Yes, and it was good.
Nice. So, Mr. O, you can't see it, but he was like, he made this vegan banana pudding. And it had like slices of banana and stuff like that with sea moss. I'm going to start saying sea moss enriched. You know what I mean? Because it's like sea moss will enrich everything. And so it's enriched with sea moss. And it looked good. You looked like you were enjoying it, bro.
Boy, that thing, okay, so I made it in these 8-ounce jars because I wanted to see how good it would be.
Uh-huh.
And I think 8 ounces was just good enough. Like, I think if I would have did a 16-ounce jar, I think I would have overdid it because I would try to eat the whole thing.
It'd be too much.
It would have been too much. But 8 ounces? Yeah. Whew. That was good. that did it in. That's all I needed.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm happy with myself on that one.
It looked good. It looked good. I'm not even a vegan, and I would probably be like yamming that down. Hey, Mr. O, you sent me these photos. What are these photos of? This is like, is it a thing making biofuel in it, or?
Exactly, the biofuel plants.
From coconut, or from what?
That's what I'm hoping from the seaweed.
It looks crazy. Ricky, you should see this thing.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna see.
I think I have it. Yeah, I have it on the Facebook and YouTube.
All right.
Sorry?
So that is from one company. So I'm looking at the alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
Those are amazing because they've done totally of there's this seaweed and fresh water.
Mm-hmm.
Hyacinth. It's called hyacinth. They make biogas out of it. So if they can use that on hyacinth, it can also be used on other weeds.
Yeah.
Water weeds. Yeah.
Well, it looks cool. It looks like it's this big, like, balloon tank, you know what I mean? That's capturing all this methane gas.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to figure out what it was. I'm like, okay, what are we looking at?
Yeah. But it looks like this, like, crazy contraption. Basically, it's like a long square, a rectangle, with the plastic bag in it. And I think the first photo you see, the bag's not really fully full of the gas, and then the next photos you see them getting bigger and sort of bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, that's nice.
And so they're putting what medium in this? Coconuts or other stuff?
There's one where they did with hyacinth. I don't know if you know hyacinth in freshwater lakes and oceans.
Mm-hmm.
There's that weed that takes over if not regulated. Water hyacinth.
And what's it called?
Hyacinth. Maybe my pronunciation may be a bit off.
Yeah.
But hyacinth. Let me type the word for you.
Okay.
Hyacinth.
Yeah, that's nice.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we've been talking about like different like fuel alternatives, and so one of them he was looking at using like the sagassum to create methane, to use it to as a a way as a source for fueling a dehydrator to dehydrate herbs or even sea moss.
Hey, that sounds fancy.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see it be done. That's because if it can actually be a success as far as using it with a dehydrator, just think what else it can be a success for. So that's a good way to start, just to see. See how much energy it puts out. So
yeah, definitely for the herbs, you know.
Yeah.
You want to have that thing for the herbs. And hyacinth?
Yeah, is that how you pronounce it? Hyacinth?
Hyacinth? No, I don't even know what that is. And so it's a seaweed?
It's a freshwater weed that can easily overwhelm a lake or check. Maybe watch a YouTube video or just pictures of it, and you get the picture. It has been a problem in our lakes, so they use the biogas. They made a biogas plant to extract energy from it, which I thought was amazing. And if they can do that for that, then easily a small home setup, most definitely you can work with awesome.
Oh yeah, so it's an aquatic plant.
Let me ask for a favor, please.
Yeah.
Julien, sorry.
Yep.
If the universities out there, I don't know that you'd be willing to write to, because I know they do kelp and other seaweed. If they'd be willing to partner and see whether it's a project that can be done, small home setup. And we've had universities from the US and the West partner with projects in Africa. Amazing things. So if you could reach out to them, and it becomes a whole partnership with you involved, the organization.
Yeah, I can try and see. I'll be honest, like I don't know too many people personally that I could do. Like I know that there's a need for it, or like sort of like an interest in it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I could get you some information to contact, and you guys could work it on like your own and stuff. I mean, I do see the need for it and the benefit. I just don't know if I would really have the time to give what would be required. Like, it's almost like it would be better for me to just kind of pass on the information.
That would be perfect. That would be okay. That would be great. The connection, get to know which university work with seaweed, and know if there'd be pilot programs to do great things.
Because there's always. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I've seen them do that with moringa and other, aquaponics and things like that.
Yeah. Those are actually some things I want to start doing when I get down to St. Lucia is developing farming using aquaponics. Also, what else is there? Just various different farming initiatives, especially with the CMOS, but also like exporting products. Actually, you know what? There's a company that I should drop this to you guys. I'm going to start carrying products from these guys, but I need help trying to figure out what products I should like import, basically.
Talking about the sweet potato granola?
No, you know what? Those guys, this is not going to happen. Yeah, you know what? It's COVID and all that bullshit because what they said they're just not able to get the raw materials. They've had to shut down production for the grill. I was so
Wow.
yeah, I was really what's the word I'm looking for? I was really excited.
Yeah, when I
Yeah.
seen that, I was like, "Oh, this is a seller right here."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
That's a good snack.
Yeah, and I could see that's something that everybody would want, you know. Hence, you know, I don't know, maybe I could talk to them and see if there's a way that they can give me some of the components and you know, I put the rest of the components together and then, you know, we make it. We'll have to see if they trust me. It's funny because one thing I've noticed in a lot of businesses, there's a lot of people that would be successful in business, but they can't be because um, they um, they have this fear. You know what I mean? And like, for example, I have a buddy of mine whose family makes this hot sauce, and the hot sauce is amazing. It's really good, and his whole business is centered around like all the food they cook in with the hot sauce is in it. And you know, we've been trying to get him to like bottle and sell this hot sauce. And the only reason why he hasn't bottled this and sold it on a mass scale, like scaled it up and sold it in stores and everything, is because they're afraid to give the directions and the recipe to someone else for fear that they're going to make the product and cheat them out of their money. Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that because I know it's happened before, and so it's kind of like I've known this happening before in business, and I don't want to put anybody's name out there, but a big company has did that to somebody else, and so I kind of understand it. Like they took the sauce, they took the secret sauce, and kind of made it their own. So I understand what they're talking about. However, you just have to protect yourself from something like that happening.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, that's you just have somebody that's insider that you just send over there to make all the products or manage the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what to say about that. Like I understand why he would be like that because like people are just like that.
No, you get a point. But I don't know. To me, it's like, okay, you can have a good product, but like a lot of people have good products. So it's more than just a good product. You know what I mean? Someone could steal my There's lots of people that sell the same CMOS and they're not selling as much as we're selling. Why is that? You know what I mean? And
because you have all the knowledge, because you still have the knowledge, really, and that's where it comes down to. I think it's a little bit different though, as far as with that, because there's so many different hot sauces. There's so many different like so, especially if his hot sauce is good and it has like a special recipe that making it better. Like that's like we have something that you just really can't like. It is what it is. Like this is it. Like there's probably a special recipe that goes behind that, and that's the reason why he doesn't really want to give it out because he might add a pinch of paprika or something like that, and that might be the.
Yeah, no, he has like a secret proprietary method. He has a way of smoking the papaya so that the papaya has a smoky flavor in the hot sauce. I don't know. To me, I would just do it. It's like this. If someone's going to copy your hot sauce, they're going to copy your hot sauce. Whether you gave them the directions to do it or they took your hot sauce and hired someone to deconstruct your hot sauce.
Have them sign a contract.
Yeah. But just
that's the best way to do it. Just get a lawyer, sign a contract, and if he has anything to do with if that the company has anything to do with that recipe being leaked out to anybody else, then sue and you take that company too.
But at the end of the day, you can't be living in fear about whether or not someone's going to do it. Because yes, they can do it. Yes, it's possible. But is it going to happen? For sure.
See, you just like myself. I would just cover my bases.
Yeah.
Like I get a contract written up and say that you can't, that you can't do this, you can't do that, and let's go. Now, if it was a situation where I wrote up a contract and they said that they didn't want to sign it, then I might be leery of what's going on. But they're like, oh yeah, we'll sign the contract. Don't worry about it. And they have their lawyers make sure everything is right, and they sign the contract. Hey, I'm all for it. But I definitely would have a contract or some type of written agreement that states that or I'm going to sue you.
Yeah. You know what? I would be concerned if I was dealing with a company that made their own products and was selling, like, say, they put together a ketchup, but then they also sold their own branded ketchup in the store. That I'd be leery about, right? But if you're a company and there's a lot of them out there, where your sole purpose is to manufacture products for other companies, and you really have no vested interest in making your own products, you're just, muscle to manufacture. It's like,
that's a little different.
Yeah, how can you be afraid of these guys?
Enough energy to set up to kind of try to take your product and run with it, unless you just got a hot sauce that's the $1 million ticket.
Everybody,
that's the thing, like, it has to be one of those situations where somebody's gonna be like, man, we can come up off this. Like, this is at least
everybody thinks they have the $1 million ticket. It's like selling. It's like homeowners. All of them think their house is worth $10,000, $30,000 more than it actually is. You know what I mean? They want the best dollar for their buck, or bang for their buck, or whatever they call it. You know?
I understand it. I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, but you can't be scared of business to elevate.
No,
you just gotta make sure that you're protected.
Yeah, if you can be protective, all the best. You know what I mean? I agree with you. But if you can, don't stop it. Like, fuck it, make a new product. Bro, think about how many products you just made in the last month, and you're not even releasing half these products. You know? So it's kind of like, so what if these guys are doing it and you're doing it too? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It sounds like that's his baby, though. Like, some people, that's just it. Like, then he's not going to be able to make another product. Like that's just his baby. And that's probably how he thinks of it too. Like, I'm not gonna be able to make another product.
But then once you think that, it becomes reality.
Exactly.
So I can never make another product. You never make another product.
That's the thing. Like, that's probably how his mind frame is going. Like, I'm not gonna be able to make a product like this. This took me years to develop. Like, when people would take that, this took me years to develop and come up with this specific.
Yeah. I see at some point.
Yeah, they get real. How to say real? They're guarded. I just put it like this. They're guarded when it comes to, and they won't do business. I bet you he's turned down a whole bunch of business as well.
Oh yeah, like, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, so many people wanted to invest, take the thing, like, make it, how you say it, like, scale it, and he turned it down. But he's a good guy, and like, his business really turned out. He got some kind of, hold on a second. He got some, like, one of those kind of like influencer social media sites to review his restaurant, right? Well, it's not even like it's like a takeout shop, and so they reviewed his takeout shop, and then from there, another place reviewed him, in the paper, and it just kind of like his business took off from there. And it's interesting because a lot of people don't see and utilize the power of publicity. And that's something maybe, if there's a nugget that we can drop all night, is like, I wonder how much it costs now to utilize someone to do some kind of PR work or get them to develop some kind of article so that you can then push to all these sort of news sites and newscasts, and it's sort of like, it's an article, but it's an advertisement at the same, because they have them all the time, right? But
Yeah.
you put
I know a couple companies that do that. Like you just bring them, you send them your product, and they do it's almost like a review for your product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's something that I know happens. I don't even think it's that expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's just probably not the influencer or person that you really, really want.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think most of the time to get influence that you really, really want, you have to go out and find that person.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta hound them. You gotta kind of be anywhere they're at.
You know what? Another had another idea, and this is something. It's not even really an idea. It's something I've seen before, and I'm sort of regurgitating. But the question to me is, how hard would it be to get on different shows to discuss a product, like a health product? So there's health shows all the time, like Good Morning America or whatever, this and this and that, right? Imagine you created sort of like a presentation, a quick 2-minute television presentation where you could come in and talk to the person and talk about gel, but then slip in your business, slip in your site, this and this and that. And so, okay, yes, one first would be to get business from this ad, this and that. But the second would be to collect these things and reuse them in your own social media where it shows to people, look, not only am I a legitimate person, but I was on Channel 9 News or whatever. But you got on Channel 9 News because you called them and said, hey, if you got nothing to do one day and you want to run a segment on Seamoss, I'm here for you. Call me up. Which they probably, I don't know. I've seen guys do it in Seamoss. Like there's one guy who did it from this company, and he was on like a morning TV show where they asked him questions about Seamoss, and so that's where I'm getting the sort of idea from.
I think I like that idea. I would actually go with it as well as trying to get product placement in some type of TV shows or movies, to where it's just your product. It's just in the background. And kind of see, like, just think of a bag of sea mosses in a commercial, as far as just in the background, or a TV show that's just in the background. I think that's actually,
that might make sense. Although my initial thought is, if you were going to do that like on national TV, you would almost need to make sure that your product is like nationally available, that they can walk somewhere, call you up quickly, and
yeah. I don't know. I really would have to think about that.
Would you go on the TV and do it?
Probably not, but
I knew it. That's why I asked it.
Probably not. Like, I'm more behind the scenes.
I know. That's what you always say. That's why I was like, oh, let me see if you do that.
You know what? But people always talk me into all type of things, so you never know. Like, you never know.
Bro, you have to spend some time on this Caribbean blue, if anything, to get some ideas on different products. But I think I'm going to bring in some of these products and start selling them wholesale. But they also have them available, like you can white label a lot of these products.
I remember you said that on, I think I actually wrote that stuff down too. I just haven't been able to get to it. And it's Caribbean blue?
Yeah. And so one of them I like is the Volcanic Sulfur Mud Soap. I think I'm going to bring that in. And these are things that's like me or you could not make, you know what I mean? Because the products are unique to that that particular area, especially the sulfur mud. I want to do a little bit more looking into the herbal soaps, but I might start bringing some of those in, and charcoal soap. There's a coconut espresso soap. A volcanic mud scrub, and then a mask. There's even a volcanic sulfur mud cleanser. And like, dude, when you go and check this volcanic mud that they have in St. Lucia, it's like a game changer. It says local coconut oil, naturally siphoned coconut and olive oils, local volcanic sulfur mud, activated charcoal, local bamboo or natural bamboo powder, and microguard. What's microguard? Is that something you add for like making sure you don't get microbes in your stuff?
That's a good question.
I'll have to look at that, see if that's like good for you. You don't want to be like, oh, this is natural products, it's all safe, and then all of a sudden it's like microguard. Yeah, sorry, it was a once a joke to me. Oh, so let's see if I can throw that. I wasn't showing.
I'm trying to look at all this stuff up.
You're looking at it up now?
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. Hold on.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to throw a few of these items on our website and bring in like sort of like a case or two of this stuff. And like I said, I like the volcanic mud mask. This green tea grapeseed facial cleanser.
Is it goldcaribbeanblue.com?
No, it's Caribbean Blue Naturals.
Okay, now it pops up. Volcanic mud mask.
Mm-hmm. Coconut scrub.
Facial scrub.
Bull City said, people get turned off by preservatives, but sometimes they are necessary, especially if the products contain water. That is so true, because the water...
Exactly. There's like 2 or 3 different preservatives that are actually somewhat natural. Crystal knows all of them. I can't even remember what they are, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I talked to her about it, and she was like, "Oh no, you have to go and you have to look up this preservative, and this preservative, and this preservative is actually vegan friendly or something of that nature." Yeah, that's.
I'm getting a little snacky. I get like this late at night. Like, it's the worst for me. And there was a sale on Haagen-Dazs.
You said there was a sale on Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah. So I got like probably bought like maybe 10 jars of Haagen-Dazs.
Nice.
50% off.
I gotta look at my GoDaddy account. Like, I'm feeling like I need to renew a couple websites.
I'm like one of those guys. I can't turn down like a good deal.
Me neither. That's why Crystal don't let me even have a card no more.
So you'll be like me. You'll be like,
because I see something and I'm like, oh, do they have it in bulk? And so as soon as I see that it's in bulk, I'm like, oh, like we gotta get this. And she like, really, you gonna spend? She like, so I have a ton of stuff that I'll just spend a whole bunch of money on, and I've not yet even brought it out. She's like, why did you spend all that money on it? I'm like, because I'm like, sooner or later I'm gonna get it, and sooner or later I'm gonna have a website, and I'm gonna tie everything in. She's like, but like you had to buy it like 5 months early.
Yeah, because you gotta make sure you have it when you need it.
Exactly. Like, see, you understand.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting her to understand. And she be like, nah, you're not buying no more products. Like, I buy products all the time. That's my problem.
Mm-hmm. That's your thing.
That's
what makes you happy.
Yeah, I love products.
If you didn't buy all those products, you'd have nothing to work for. Tell her that's what I said to you. Exactly. She'd be like, "You're not allowed to talk to that guy, Julien."
But she gonna be like, "See, you and Julien, right? That's the only thing she's gonna say. You and Julien."
Yeah, this kid's a bad influence talking that stuff. Oh man.
And he co-signed all your bullshit.
What?
She's like, he co-signs all your bullshit. Exactly. That's my homeboy.
Bro code, bro.
Co-sign it.
Bro code. Bro
it's
code.
Bro code. We can't get out of it.
Yeah, that's it. I know the bro code. I'm bro code hard.
Man, I bought some domain names. I can't find them anywhere though.
What are you looking for?
Hold on just a second. It's gonna bother me if I don't find these.
I registered the domains for. I think I told you already. Registered the domains for Seamoss Buyers Club.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so SeamossBuyersClub.com. I haven't built the site yet, but I'm going to soon. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to make the club like. But definitely, I think I might get some people's input and see what's up, and try to see if I can get a little community going on it. But I think it would be good to like work together, to have people like network in some way. I'd like to be able to like do something where I can get do a little bit more advanced teaching of like marketing and what we're doing in our business. There's a lot of things I don't feel comfortable discussing like in an open platform where anybody could see.
Yeah, so, I agree with you on that, bro.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think it would be a good way to save a lot of like expenses. Like imagine you had a club where the club is bringing in or negotiates a deal to get boxes cheap from a particular company.
Because trust me, we all need boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I spent so much money on boxes last week, and because I try to buy as many as I possibly can in bulk. Mm-hmm. Without, and so I think I went to because a lot of times I'll get some stuff from Uline.
Yeah.
But I've been getting a lot of. I get a lot of my boxes from Granger now, just because they're like right down the street, and typically like I can put in what they have, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's ready right now." I'm like, "Pink." Yeah. I just drive up. Yeah, I just drive up the street and go get it real fast.
Boom, bam.
And come back. Like Uline, I used to love Uline because I didn't live that far away, and I could order something and they would allow you to pick it up. Now they don't allow you to pick it up anymore. Mm-hmm. So now you have to pay the shipping charge, and I can't stand to pay shipping charges if I know I can just go get it.
Yeah. No, it's there, and you don't have to wait
I have to
for
wait
it.
like 2 days, 3 days to get it now, and I'm the most impatient person when it comes to stuff like that. Especially if I know I can just drive up there and go get it, it just kind of bugs me. So.
Well, that's the thing. If you're gonna wait for it, you might as well go around and make sure you save money.
And it's the same price. Like that's the problem. Is like once you actually take out the shipping, like because I don't pay for shipping with Granger, and I end up having to pay a shipping price with Uline. And so once you actually add everything up, it's not a discount. So I'd rather still just go get it myself and get it the same day.
Or not have to wait.
Yeah. I'm over here having to renew domain names. I'm kind of upset.
You haven't checked out that website that I gave you? The one for
No, I never got to it because I'm afraid to go.
You gotta lock off your wallet before you go on there.
Yeah, I'm afraid. Like I have to have a plan of action, so I can get the cards. So I'm like, hey, like I have to show her something that's good for her. Like, hey, I found a new domain for you. I found something that you did, and then
then you slip it in.
Ease my situation. Hey, we can buy 2 and get 1 for.
No, Ricky.
Yeah, I gotta come up with a plan. I gotta catch a wire.
That was fun. I know what it's like. But yeah, I'm just in my head. I'm thinking like, if we can even get like 100 people in this kind of club, like the way I can go and negotiate things, I'd probably even go to different shipping services and say like, look, I have 100 people, you know, we do an average of so and so, you know, and leverage that sort of buying thing.
Even with like doing labels and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Like everybody get a discount because it's like you have a major account. With a major account, they just kind of throw you a discount on everything. Like that's big. Like I always talk to my label guy because now he'll actually gives me discounts every now and then. But sometimes I'm like, bro, if we bring 100 people to you, so you can actually make the label and everything, and really, truthfully, like that was the thing that I was looking at is that how can I set up just a situation on my website where you can actually just punch in what you need, and then it just kind of go directly to him, and so he can work on it, and then I just add it into a price point to kind of start your business off. Because if I can really, really pinpoint how to have somebody that doesn't really want to do any of the business work, they just got a little bit of money to play with, and they want to be in the Seamoss industry, and so they just tell me, okay, this is the price I have. As long as you got a logo or idea of a logo, we create your whole business for you.
Makes sense. And then how would you get a share of the profit, or would you just charge like a flat fee?
Well, I would charge a flat fee for all that. Like, there's going to be a down payment, and down payment really going to take care of the labels and things of that nature. But and then we actually work out the price as far as the products that you want. So you might say that you might just want to start off with 5. Actually, let's say you want to start with 10 products, and you say, okay, I want gold Seamoss pouches, 2 ounces and 1 pound. I want purple. I want gold powder. I want 2 or 3 soaps. You know, and you come up with a list of certain things, and when you come up with that list, then you give them the price that it's going to be for each situation, down payment as far as, not even down payment, but this logo and label fee, making your labels, all that good stuff. You actually just give them a fee and tell them what. Before we start, you have to pay this.
Yeah, so that they have some kind of like, skin in the game or something.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to do all this work and send all the work to my guy to do, and then you don't want to pay.
Yeah. No,
like, I'm not that guy. I'll show up at your house.
No, I think maybe like all these guys, and this is, I'm not discrediting anybody that does the business and the Seamoss business or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But imagine you like took it to the next level where you're not just selling the kit, or you're not just selling them Seamoss and instructions on how to sell the business, but it's almost like you're selling them everything, like a franchise. And so it's like...
It's kind of like the same thing where, kind of like what I got going on with a few people where they don't even see Seamoss.
Yes.
Like, it's pretty much I take care of everything for them. Only thing they gotta do is sell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're making their own sales. They may have Seamoss just to show people, hey, I got Seamoss,
mm-hmm.
and just have it just on hand. But majority of their products are sitting in the warehouse with us. Mm-hmm. And the only thing we do is wait for you to send us over a shipping label, and we ship out whatever you need.
Mm-hmm. No, and sorry to cut you off, but finish what you were saying.
No, that was it.
No, I was gonna say that this brings me like to think about. So it's a funny story. I hope my friend doesn't. This person I know see me. I don't think she watches these live streams. So, anyways, so we have this friend in our family, right? It's like my wife's friend and my brother's wife's friend, right? This chick, and for a long time, they wanted to know. She would be posting online, "Oh, I'm running my digital business," and "Oh, I'm just," but she would never tell any of them what she was really up to, right? So no one knew what she was doing, right? Until recently, my mom calls me, and her husband has this habit of buying into all these online businesses and stuff. So she's upset at me, and upset. She calls me upset, like, "Oh my God, he did it again. He bought this business. I don't know what to do." You know what I mean? She's kind of venting to me, right? But what's interesting is the business deals with. I got to get more information, but it has something to do with ionized water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or alkaline water. So I was like, whoa, hold on a second here. I was like, maybe we can, help him out here, and maybe in the future I might bring my mom's husband on and get him to talk about these products. But it was just the point of me telling this whole story is that this girl developed this business, and it was something that she kind of bought into, and she sold it to the idea, they work in that multi-level thing where it's you got to build the downlines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times
it's an MLM situation.
Yeah, but a lot of times these businesses, it's or these people, they want to get into their own business, but it's they don't want to develop the business. I just want it's almost like, here, give me this. This is what I do. Da, 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 da. So it's kind of like, imagine you created a product that was basically a Seamoss business or health business in a box. Do you know what I mean? And so and part of the fee included you sitting down with them to develop the design, the labels, the this, the that. And so you kind of get them basically saying, I'm going to get you to this stage, and all you got to do is sell. And we have your supply and your product. We can house it in our warehouses. You don't even have to take anything. You just kind of call us and say, this is what I want. Almost imagine Amway, but it's not Amway. It's my own independent business with my own name and my own design, and I can market it the way I want. You know what I mean? Because I don't know about you, but if I had $1 for every single person that tried to sell me on these kind of multiple schemes, and
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
they go crazy with that stuff too.
But there's nothing really sort of wrong with them. The reason why they don't work for me is just I'm too independent and I couldn't follow the structure of what they have set out for that business. Do you know what I mean? Mainly,
Yeah,
I want to call it a different name, or I might not want this like this. You know what I mean?
that's the key. And then okay, so most of them don't really try to sell the product.
Mm-hmm.
There's like the product is like the app. Like I want some. Like if somebody was coming to me and it felt like an MLM, but they had a good product,
Mm-hmm.
you might catch me.
Mm-hmm.
Like you might catch me because like I don't really care about anything else but the product.
Yeah.
And that's really the thing is that they get into the situation where they're not worried about the product itself. They're worried about getting people on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it more comes into the issue. Like it's not about the product anymore. It's about, okay, how many people can we get on the team?
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted an MLM that was about product.
Mm-hmm.
I never found one that was more about product than about getting your downline and getting people to come in. And
I agree, and I think that stuff is all bullshit. You know what I mean? That's all making extra money for these guys, and then they sell you on the marketing materials because then now you're focused on recruiting, which is garbage. But imagine you were developing, you were sold a system for say $5,000, and it was like a custom business in the box. You know, some of it was template driven, but most of it you tailored to what your design is. You know what I mean? You sat with a graphic artist, he helped you work out the labels and stuff like that. But then there was actually systems in place already that you kind of follow. And it's almost like all you got to do is take your sheet and your information, which would come with all your, like, imagine it was all stuff that would be branded with someone else's design, but because it's your name, it's now branded with your product label. And if you want to stick pictures into it, you can stick your own pictures into it. But there's like a template or like a pre-designed look. It's the same thing with us in realtors. You know what I mean? Like I can go to my site right now in my back end and build a whole listing off just pulling about a couple things together. You know what I mean? And so imagine it's like that kind of business. And so you're partnering with someone like you who has all the products, all the stuff white labeling, and he stores it and carries it for you, and you just order it. All I do is order. Place my orders.
All you do is have to order. And when you order, it's going to come with your labels that you already set up for yourself and things of that nature. The only thing you got to do is, like, okay, so you actually get the choice to choose if you want 100 labels, you want 250 labels, you want 500 labels.
Yep.
When you get down to like 20 labels, it's or even when you get down to like 30, 40 labels, then you get a notification saying you're running low on your labels. Would you like to renew? And you actually buy more labels.
Yeah.
And so you don't ever have to worry about it.
Yeah. And you save a label because the guy that's printing your labels is printing 3 other companies like you know what I mean, and their labels all around to the same label guy, you know what I mean? And it's all, so it's almost like semi-custom. Some of it has to be template driven, but some of it can be custom and related to your business. And then what it does is it sells these people on like, just focus on the marketing and sort of like the delivery. And we'll take care of the supply, the inventory, and everything else. To me, I feel like that's going to be kind of like the future. Or someone that can come up with that really is going to disrupt the game, because then it pulls people from wanting to buy it to now they, you know what I mean? They don't need to supply it themselves. It's like Amazon. You know what I mean? You just place the order and it ships to you. Or it ships to that person. It's like drop shipping. Like imagine you had your own whole, drop shipping health company that you set up within a week, and then all you got to do is promote it and send traffic to the website.
That's actually what I'm trying to do. I probably need to create that app on Shopify. Drop ship, like to set up just for people that want to drop ship. Because the thing is that a a lot of these apps are set up for you to drop ship. As far as you just get products and you drop ship them, but it's hard to find where you say, okay, I want to be a drop shipper.
No, they have those. So it's under a different term. They're called multi-vendor marketplaces or multi-vendor the shop, like a multi-vendor shop. So you can basically sell to multiple vendors, or the people send the products to you, and then you ship it out for them as a multi-vendor.
And do they have that on Shopify?
Yeah.
See, I'm happy that I asked that.
Yeah,
because I'm over here. I've been looking at drop shipping and how to set up the store to be a drop shipper. I should have asked. Okay, but I called them and asked, and they just don't.
They don't know. I'll send you the different. There's a few apps that do it. I'll send you the links to them tomorrow. Not a chance to look. There's a few of them. Because there's different methods on how they can do it. There's ones where they'll, like, when the person places the order, they have to have a Shopify site, and they can link their Shopify site with your site, so that when certain, and it doesn't have to be all their products, it could just be some of their products, and so when there's purchased, some of their products get sent, it even calculates based on the fact that it's coming from your warehouse and not the other person's warehouse.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that the challenges that I ran into is like, okay, how do I calculate the shipping correctly for these people, or how do they know what shipping charge to charge if I'm coming from a different location from them and I'm doing the drop shipping for them,
Yeah, right. I'm gonna find out. That's gonna. I'm supposed to be grinding powder.
Well, at least you're learning something. Look at that. I helped you.
Exactly. I'm supposed to be grinding powder right now. I'm be doing all type of other stuff.
Don't worry. Soon, we're gonna have all the guys, the fellas in St. Lucia, grind up all your powder for you.
You know what? I can't wait for that. Like I was just. I forget who I was talking to about that. I'm like, you know what? We ain't gonna be doing this no more. I'm about to be getting. Oh, it's the guy that I'm setting up the dock with. Because he's actually he was on the live on Friday and he got amped up. He's like, okay, I see. Because I kind of speak on what I want to do and I might have about a good 10 to 20 people that we can go interview and set up. And he was like, you think you can get 10 to 20 people? And so now he's looking like, yeah, you can get 10 to 20 people. It's a different feeling now. It's like he kind of got a sneak peek of what was going on.
Yeah. No, man. I have easily 10 to 20, like.
Man, you know how many people gonna want to, that's why I say it's gonna have to be like a docu-series. So it's gonna be because he wanted to really base this around me, and I was like, nah, I don't really want to base it. You know how I am. I don't really want to base it around me. I can be someone that kind of is to help you narrate it and things of that nature, but I want to shed, there's so many people to shed light on. There's so many things that we can shed light on that don't really have to do with me. So it's more of okay, I want to go to St. Lucia. I want to shed light on how everything works in St. Lucia. Then we started talking about going to Africa with Buddy. Let's go to Africa. Let's go and see what we can do in Africa and how we can start the business as far as import and export. And it might not be Seamoss. It might be something else besides Seamoss. But this is the journey that's playing. That we're mixing these different herbs with the Seamoss to make the best products. And then we're going to travel all throughout the United States. We don't even have to go to Canada because you're going to be in St. Lucia, so that's even better.
Mm-hmm.
So we can just go ahead and drop down and visit you for a while.
Oh, bro, it'll be off the hook. You know what I mean? You guys come down there and hang with me, and we'll, like, go in the water and, like, you know, meet all the guys on the beach and shit like that, you know? And, like,
yeah, buddy. See.
Yeah. We'll do an interview with my buddy, Mr. Smith, who's like the local, like he's an old-time Seamoss farmer. But now he just owns a business on the side of the road. They sell, like they has like a little like store that sells the drinks in the bar, but they also have like a little food stand. And then he's got his daughter named Glenda, who does wraps on the road. So they do like pork wraps or, you know, shrimp wraps or chicken wrap or whatever. And it's cool how they make it. Like they'll take the whole chicken and then debone it there. Whereas, you know, is how we would cook the meat without the bone on it. They'll cook the meat with the bone, and then once it's cooked, then take the bone off the meat, which I found was interesting. But yeah, and dude, do you like seafood?
I eat it every now and like, you know, yeah, because you know I came from South Georgia where we were right on the ocean, so crabs and I love conch.
Yes, me too. They call that their labi, and they barbecue it. Oh my god, it's so good. Yeah, and like there you could get like a conch dish dinner for like probably $8, $6-7 EC.
Man,
sorry,
I go
US.
crazy. Like I used to eat conch and hot sauce all day long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like this one.
The fried conch. Well, they down there they have this big thing on the side of the road. There they have lobster and fries, and it's probably about $7. And you basically get a lobster split in half with the tail roasted, and then they'll put a big plate of fries on it and stuff. So it's like delicious.
Oh man, that sounds so good.
Yeah, man.
I can't. I'm happy Crystal went to sleep because talk about seafood. Seafood. She go crazy.
She likes seafood.
Yeah, you know, because that's what they grew up on. They grew like a lot of the people that, especially down like Brunswick and Southeast Georgia, like where you're on the water, like that's all they'll do is they eat seafood all day.
Oh wow.
They have like the low country boils all the time. Like,
I'm not a big fan of the boils. I went there once for my birthday. Crab boil. I think it's called the Crab Boil. There's some restaurant up here, and it was like, you know, they put it in the bag and stuff like that. But I found the seasoning to be kind of like blah, you know, not that too flavorful. It was like mostly a lot of paprika.
They actually have a lot of what is it? Like you get a lot of crab legs. Like okay, so the craziest thing is like the best crab legs I had came from the Midwest. Like when I would go back home to Iowa, and my stepmom and her family would actually just go crazy and cook me crab legs. Like I'm talking about like a whole table full of crab legs. But they would actually smoke them. Like they would actually slit them, and then they put them on a grill and they smoke them. And when I say like that was some of the best, because it was easy to break open, and then when you broke it open, like the crab meat was still like it wasn't like really juicy, but it was tender. Like you can actually get it. It was still tender. You can actually just like grab it off and it was just oh man. I go crazy. I don't want to talk about crab.
I love crab meat too, man. Snow crab especially. Oh my gosh. Good stuff. But you know, I hear you. Let's talk about other stuff like Seamoss or
Yeah,
whatever.
I want to know if anybody has any questions. I ain't had no good questions lately.
Yeah.
Besides some of the questions that Battle asked us.
Oh yeah, that was cool on Friday night that we met there.
Yeah, it was, especially with Chris. Like Chris,
So
Chris came on and changed the whole entire. He got everybody want to go back to Africa.
that was awesome.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? I thought that was amazing, like how he kind of just showed up on the blue, and you know, but like I don't know if I got to tell the full story from it, but me and him were like arguing over price on Seamoss and this and this and that, and like normally people would get upset like with some of the things that he was kind of saying to me, but I was just kind of like keeping my cool, this that, and because at the end of the day, like you're either gonna buy the Seamoss or you're not. I'm not gonna get all personal about it. You know what I mean? If you can get it for the price you think you can get it, then that's fine. All the best. You know what I mean? So look at Bando's here, and also welcome Empress and Asha. They were gonna talk in a minute. I know Empress said she's here to just get motivated, which is good. I love helping to motivate people.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go to a clubhouse in just a second because I'm gonna have to do some grinding. I got like 10 pounds of sea moss that I have to grind.
No problem, man. Come in.
Yeah.
Come
so
join in.
Like I'm on my schedule. Like I have until like 12:55, and then at 1 o'clock I'm on grind mode. So I'm gonna stay on here till 12:55. Then I'm gonna switch over.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, before you go, do you know a good site for labels?
To get labels made, or just to have somebody create labels.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually the
good
biggest question. Like to get labels made is onlinelabels.com. Okay, so this is the thing about what I do like about onlinelabels.com is that so say with myself, I may have 3 different designs I need printed, and if they're the same size as far as dimension wise, you get a discount. So you know how a lot of times you'll actually get one design and it costs like $90 for 100 of them.
Yeah.
So if you actually have a different design, but it's the same dimensions, you can actually put that on there, and you might get those for $33 for 100 of them.
Really?
Yes, and that's the thing. Because I'll actually do I kind of wait. Like I think this last one I did, it's like I had like 3 different designs as far as that I needed. Actually, no, I had like 14 different designs, but they were all the same size. And it got down to where some of them were like some of them were like $22. Like 22s. Was it like $22 for 100 of them?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so like it goes down really low. So I would go to onlinelabels.com is a good place to go. I always tell people go to Fiverr. I got my guy on Fiverr. I actually put his name in the.
Yeah, because the one thing that makes me hesitate to going on Fiverr and stuff is when I've done stuff on Upwork or Fiverr, it's like I've never been happy with the work that they do. It always seems like they did some kind of mediocre shit. That I was like, why did I pay this guy? It's not like I saved any time, and you know,
like you really gotta look and find certain people on Fiverr. Oh, somebody asked if I sell gel. No, I do not sell gel. That's the one thing I don't sell. I sell everything else but gel.
Well, you know, it's so funny. Battle showed. I don't know if I'm supposed to be telling this, but he showed me his newest apparatus that he bought, the Cyclone blender.
Oh, he got one of the big boys?
Yeah. So seeing that thing, bro, I was like, maybe I should get into gel. Right? But I think if I got into the gel, it would be something where, like you were talking about doing this drop shipping, It's like I wouldn't sell retail gel from my store, but I would go and like make 1,000 jars of gel for you and bottle it, and you know what I mean, put your label on it and get all that pretty.
Now I'm going to answer somebody's question because they're asking, is it easier selling gel or just the moss? Okay, so this is what I'll tell you. You make more money selling gel. However, I would always have moss as far as raw, just to, for another stream of income. I think most people actually, their base of their business is selling gel, which makes sense because the markup on it is wonderful. Like you can get 16 to 20 jars out of a pound, sell those for like $15 to $20. So the prices are definitely a lot better selling gel.
Oh yeah, by far.
Now, when it comes to like selling the raw, okay, so this is, and I'm kind of gonna break it down. Like when it comes to selling the raw, like a lot of people think that they have to buy 20 to 30 pounds to start off selling raw. And truthfully, I would tell you to come to somebody like me and Julien and do something like a drop shipping and do something where you don't really have to, where you don't have to have the gel. I mean, you don't have to have the raw. Like we have all types of raw, and as long as, like, I know that typically you're probably going to be purchasing from one of us anyway, as far as just getting the product that you need for your gel. It's only really a conversation with me and telling me, hey, like I want to sell packs. I want to sell 1 pound. I want to sell 2 ounces. Like you give me what you want to sell, and we come up with a strategy. So you don't have to spend all your money.
Yeah.
Just to sit on 25 to 50 pounds, so you make sure you don't run out. We sit on a lot of Seamoss. And I will always tell people, take advantage of us. Like we're here for that. Like we're here for you to say, okay, this is what I want to do with my business. Can you help me with that? And I'm all for that, and especially if everybody can make money, everybody's happy with it. I will go that route.
One of the biggest mistakes that I see a lot of these people that are buying large quantities, hoping to be sort of like a distributor or seller, is that they buy, say, less than 20 or 30 pounds, and they want to sell it by the pound. And I'm kind of like, at that rate, you're not going to sell a lot. Like, you know what I mean? You only have 20 pounds, and it's kind of like, well, what if you sold that all in 5 days? Then you have to, like, ship a new order. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I'm going to answer this question real quick. Somebody asked, but will I be able to drop ship with my company logo on it? Okay, so I'll explain to you what I do with, I have a couple of different clients that I deal with that I actually have their labels. Like, they don't even have their labels. And as far as for their product, I actually have their labels. Anytime that they actually get a sale, then I really just do everything for them. And only thing they do is send me their shipping label. That's all they do is send me their shipping label. We actually, like, I tend to send you over to my guy that does the labels and things of that nature. And then once you do that, you can go to online labels and ship me all your labels. And I sit on here and I'll like tonight, I'm probably gonna box up about 20 pounds for my guy, and I'll be shipping them out all tomorrow because that's what he did as far as this week. So that's really what I do. That's the basis of my day. A lot of times I sell. It's funny because now it seems to see that I sell more of his stuff than I do of my own.
That happens.
Yeah, and I'm not mad about it. Like, I'm not mad about it at all because it all comes back. And so I'm cool with it. Like, my face doesn't have to be the one that's being out there sold. Like, I would rather have I'd rather have your logo and everything like that being sold because I want to be in the background. I try to stay in the background as much as possible. I just need the right people that actually want to sell around me. Because as long as you can sell, as long as you want to, like I said, as long as you want to take advantage of all this Seamoss that we have to offer, like, and Julien would tell you, like, the biggest thing is that we're trying to get rid of all this because we have so much. So with that being said, is that come help us get rid of it.
Yeah, let's move it. And I'm willing to help people like this guy was saying he needs help marketing. Reach out to me. You know what I mean? Let's have a call. I can help you with the marketing. Not a problem.
Okay, and this is another thing. What you'll kind of understand about, especially I can speak for me and Julien, is that we're not here to compete with you. Like, we're actually here to help you. You know what I'm saying? As far as with anything you want to do, that that's the biggest thing that I can tell you is that we're trying to push the industry in the right direction. And the more people that we see that are really, really wanting to be a part of it, then we're here for it. Like, really, really take advantage of like, this is what I tell people as well. I don't do nothing but Seamoss. Like, I don't work a 9 to 5. I wake up, I do Seamoss, I go to sleep, and I even dream about Seamoss. So I don't do nothing else. Like, put me to work. Like, I like to working 150 hours a week. It doesn't bother me. Like, cause I love Seamoss. So this is something that I'm gonna do it regardless.
It's the Seamoss life.
Yeah, like, I experiment. Like, my Sundays is experimenting with different things about Seamoss. Like, I don't take a day off.
No, that's funny you say that. I don't either, and I feel like that's the sort of what's the word I don't want to say it's the key, but like, in order for you to be sort of successful in business, you need to put a significant amount of time, focus, and dedication. Now, you may not need to work at a full-time job, but you almost need to work it like a job. Like, you get up, this is what you do. It's embedded in your lifestyle. And the moment you start putting your sort of like otherworldly things that happen in your life before the business and before the priorities of it, that's the moment you set your business backwards rather than forward. You know?
Definitely. Yeah.
Yes.
I love Seamoss.
Hold on one second. Mr. O wants to say something. Go ahead.
Where is he talking from? Where is he talking from, and what are his contacts? Where is he talking from, and what are his contacts?
The guy that's in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ricky. That's Ricky McBride. He runs a company called Gold Seamoss, which is goldseamoss.com. And yeah, that would be his contact. You can find him on Instagram and Facebook. You're under Gold Seamoss on Instagram, right? And
yeah.
What about Facebook? That's Gold.
I think it's actually Gold Seamoss or Ricky Ray's. Either or, you'll find me. Like, it'll pop up. It's the same cartoon face that.
Yeah, put Ricky and Seamoss and you'll find them.
Okay, what people think I'm crazy because I go to Bodega. Oh, so you be in bodegas asking if they know the health benefits of Seamoss?
That's
yeah. See, like, because it will start to consume you. Like you want to tell everybody. But that's just how I am.
But who's the people that think you're crazy? Do you know what I mean? Like, why are you listening to them? And here's something to back up. You remember I was telling you earlier about the story about how I found out my mom's husband's doing this like water thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So the girl that sold it to him is my brother's wife's best friend. She had no idea what the business, like, you don't understand. Like, we had like a conference call where we all got on the call and said, "Oh," because it was like this big talk, like, "Do you know what Melissa's? I don't even want to say her name. Do you know what so and so's doing?" And then it's like, "No, I don't know what so and so's doing." Oh, it's apparently some digital company. You know what I mean? Because she would be posting
so
all these.
The iodine water.
Yeah, but imagine you're posting all these pictures, and it's like she's like buying a new car, she's doing all this thing, and it's like, oh, I'm doing this. Well, my digital business runs in the background, so everybody's like, what is this digital? No one like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
but the point of me saying that is that. And I said that to Clarissa because she was like upset, like kind of like, well, she didn't really say anything. And I go, well, imagine you go to your best friend and you're like, hey, listen, I'm about to start this multi-level marketing business where I'm going to be selling these ionized waters. And you know what I mean? The person would be like, what? What the hell? Water? Are you crazy? You know what I mean? Hell no.
But that's usually what ends up happening is that, so a lot of times, a lot of people didn't know I was doing for a while. Like, because I really, like, you know, you get into certain businesses and you don't try to sell the people around you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just say, hey, this is what I'm doing. And if they get interested, then they'll ask you, hey, so what's that you got going on? And then that's when you kind of break it down to them. I used to go, like, you know, in earlier situations, I would go crazy trying to get people on this other stuff that I was doing. I've learned from experience that, you know what, the people that want to know are going to seek you out and find you.
Exactly. That's a great point.
They will find you. Like now I got family members that they hit me up. Like, I have a family account. I say, you know what, I know that y'all gonna hit me up. I know it's about, I have a family account for y'all. So
yeah, boom, boom.
When you ask, hey, yeah, I'm gonna send you a couple capsules and just pay for shipping. That's all I ask. Just pay for shipping, and then promote it for me and pay for shipping. That's all I ask for you to do.
Yeah, spread the word. Hey, Asha, I see you unmuted your mic. Did you want to talk, ask a question?
Yeah, I'm here now. I just rolled the windows up, still cruising.
Nice.
But yeah, I was just listening. Kind of tired today. I had questions that I had written down, but they're at the house, so.
Well, that's okay. We'll probably be on by the time you get home, and then you can ask them then.
Oh, let me switch over to Clubhouse. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Go grinding.
How's everybody doing?
I'm good. I've been, taking it easy this weekend. Had a busy week. I'm gonna have another busy week. So, you know what I mean? Just wasn't really working too hard. But just resting my energy for next week, getting ready to go on the trip, which I'm really excited for. So that's going to be in another month and a half. I'll be in St. Lucia. So
I can't wait to say that.
oh, I was just talking to someone the other day, like, and then, I shouldn't really be talking about it now until like I'm actually there, but the truth is it's going to be kind of game changing because I'm pretty much going to be doing like live streams from there almost every day. I'll be meeting with like all my friends that are there. Like compared to what I was doing last time, because last time I was kind of like, not saying nobody, but I had nothing to really show or nothing to really show people or show to someone. Whereas now there's this community and groups of people that are interested in learning more about it that I can really sort of, like sky's almost the limit.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Progress each time, everything gets better.
Oh yeah, always. That's what you got to do. Always trying to do self-improvement or improving yourself somehow. Yeah, for sure.
I know I'll be tuning in. So I don't even know if I told you I actually got to go to St. Lucia once. I was on it was a cruise. So it was like 8 days or something like that. So we went to different islands, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, St. Martin, Barbados. And I remember St. Lucia, it was like it was just, I don't know, it just kind of stood out to me compared to the other islands that I went to. Even though, if you come from the States and you've never been to an
Mm-hmm.
And it could have been a little joint that the taxi driver hooked me up with, but it was definitely not like the stuff that we have here. It just felt like euphoric high. They took me to like the top of the island, and we just kind of cruised slowly down. And I was like, man, I can see myself here. And so even before I knew anything about Seamoss, this was like 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'm coming back someday. And so it's interesting how things are starting to come full circle, that I'm getting my Seamoss from St. Lucian and having talks about getting out there at some point.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it'll be fun, I'm sure, to go back and sort of go back and re-experience. Oh, St. Lucia is just like, there's no words I can say to describe it. I am so excited to go, and it wasn't really setting in until like just the other day or whatever. Where I was like, okay, like I kind of like committed to going, because I'm one of those kind of like up in the air guys. So like, it was kind of like my wife came to me and was like, okay, so what's going on? Are you coming with us or not? Because we're going. You're like, with or without you. And then it was like, oh shit, do I want to like deal whatchamacallit, you know, deal with them going and me not being there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just
Gotta go.
well, yeah, I gotta go.
I'm always say, if you have the opportunity and stuff, because even if you want to go to St. Lucie, even if you're going to another state or city for a weekend or something, there's something that's gonna strike something inside. Like during COVID, when things weren't really open, every weekend me and my family would just drive out to like the country just to get some fresh air or something, and it like kept us from, a lot of people started getting kind of depressed and like, different stuff from being stuck in the house and not really being able to like be with their families and stuff. So we just got out of town, and even that was life changing in those moments. So St. Lucia is gonna be amazing.
No, you definitely need to get out of town to do stuff like recharge or, sort of disconnect. And so that's the one thing I'm really like looking forward to, is disconnecting, like getting up and not having to worry about going to the warehouse. Oh man, which I got to do tomorrow morning. Fuck, and I got to, I have to get my tire fixed and all this other shit that I got to get done before I get there. And
adulting.
But I at the same time, I'm not complaining about it, because I really like packing Seamoss. I think it's a lot of fun, especially when you get like fresh new Seamoss. You get a new shipment and you open up new boxes and stuff like that. Oh my gosh, it's like you're rushing to fill those boxes and stuff. And
I love the smell. I love the smell of the Seamoss when I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like this subtle. I don't even know how to describe it.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, and it only comes from certain particular farmers that are of like a certain high end caliber. Matthew and them being is one of them. It's this sweet, nutty, buttery taste smell.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
That's it right there.
Yes, a sweet nut. That's how my friend Kenya described it, and it's just got this warm, earthy. It doesn't even like it, there's a hint of the ocean, but there's not. It's not really the ocean. It's this other smell, and it's so unique. Actually, I have some Seamoss. Let me go smell it.
It's almost like it emits healing properties in a way that you can smell it in.
See, now you got me over here smelling Seamoss, man. Stop that. I went and got me a whiff real quick.
Oh, man. even just smelling it will enhance it. I'm gonna make that a commercial.
Yeah.
Did I tell you guys about the commercial idea that I have?
No.
So I have, well, I'll tell you one thing, how I got the name Nature's Club. So I have a niece who's about to be 10 and a nephew who will be 8, and then my other niece just turned 4, all from my older brother. And my oldest niece told me one day, this was a year after I tried to come up with my initial business name or Seamoss name, and she came to me one day and was telling me how she had a group at school with her friends, or a club. I was like, what, you got a club? She said, yeah. And we even have a name. And I was like, what's the name? She was like, Nature's Club. And just a light bulb just hit me.
Boom.
I was like, this is why I love kids, because they're young, they're creative, they're closer, to the spirit and everything, and it just flows through them, because they're not tainted by life. There's nothing in them telling me this is not gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
So everything is just like, that's it. And she started talking. I was like, what do you guys do? She's like, nature stuff.
Kids always kill me. Like, duh.
So that's how I got the name. And then when I started making like some of the flavored gels, I have, if you look on the Instagram, I have little videos of them doing little taste tests. And the smallest one, she needs to be an actress. She's just very animated. And so I had this idea where I have a brother who's 6'8". He just turned 18. He's a basketball player. And I want him to like act like he's opening a jar of like Seamoss gel or something like that, and he can't do it. So then he calls over Autumn, the baby, and she like takes a bite of like Seamoss gel or something with Seamoss, and then she easily opens the jar, and then she's like, Seamoss strong.
Boom.
Just simple to the point and everything. Eventually I'm gonna figure out how to get that into like some kind of like link up with somebody in film and do like a little short something.
Fiverr.
It doesn't need to be long. Yeah.
You could do it like
Fiverr.
Yeah. Describe what you want in Fiverr.
Told me about that.
Yeah. Ricky was just talking about it.
One of the girls from our vendor event told me about it the other day. We had a chat, and I hadn't heard of it. I was like, I use Canva, but she was like, no, I use Fiverr for this, that, and that. So I'm gonna download that and check it out.
Yeah. No, you should do that. Check it out, and you know what I mean? It will help save a lot of time. And well, I mean, not in that. Like, for that kind of thing, it's like you don't even know how to do it, right? So how are you gonna do it? Like,
yeah.
That's probably the cheapest way to get someone to do it. You know?
Yeah, because I have a couple friends that I know that are in film, but they probably are busy. Schedules conflict and all that. So that sounds like it's up my alley. Stuff to figure out how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I just felt compelled to share that because I haven't really told anybody about it other than my brother that's going to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's an athlete, I want to get to him and like his teammates to do some kind of like sports drink. I want to do like a Nature's Club Pro line eventually.
Mm-hmm.
For athletes, and so I have some ideas for a few different things here. Oh, what I was gonna ask was gold. So gold conjures Christmas. How do I come across that for one? And two, is it like gold moss? Is it loses its color right from being in the sun? Like
Sorry?
Or is it naturally like that? Gold moss?
So gold moss, how it becomes gold moss is that they bleach it in the sun, and so that turns it white. And then after it's like drying in the sun for a bit, and it dehydrates, like it gets smaller in size. Um, it it starts getting a darker.
Okay.
Hmm.
And is that the same for the Conjur's Christmas? Or does it actually grow in that color too?
The Connor's Crispus, for the most part, grows in like purple, right? Especially in Maine and stuff like that. And then they don't take it and put it in the sun to change the color. They just kind of dry it naturally. So, but I have seen people take the purple sea moss and then bleach it in the sun to change the different color, and then it turns out to be blonde sea moss.
Okay, because I was wondering. I saw somebody had the the gold Christmas, and I was just wondering. So, is it when it's sun bleach? Does it lose nutrients that way?
I think it loses some, although there's no test to be like definitive for sure. But what happens is that during the sort of sun bleach part, it gets a little hot, and some of the liquid leaves it.
Okay.
You know,
And the liquid, do you mean like the carrageenan, the stuff that makes it like gel like?
some of it has the carrageenan in it. Yes, some of it is just the moisture from the sea moss from it being wet. If you go on my Instagram, in the top, there's these tabs, and one of the tabs says harvest. If you go in there, you'll see me cleaning, bleaching, and then drying the sea moss in different stages.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, it's on the top page there, and it just says harvest. It's a pretty interesting video. So it shows the bleaching process and what the sea moss looks like as it goes through the different stages, or it's not different stages, like 2 stages or whatever. Yeah.
And with the gold Christmas, does that help with the flavor too when they sun dry it?
So what happens normally with the gold sea moss is that it's done that way to be more palatable for regular consumers. And so a lot of people, if they were to try sea moss for the first time at the full strength of, say, like purple or green, they might get turned off with it. And so, because it's so strong in the sea smell and stuff. And then I also think that the bleaching part makes the sea moss a lot more safer because it kills a lot of bacteria and stuff with the heat.
Okay. Yeah, because I get people asking me the differences between them, and that one is about the taste and the different colors, and then the other was like, what's the difference in like what they do for your body? And this is what I came up with in my head. It just so I look at like the Caribbean is warmer water, and then like Ireland and Maine where Christmas grows is colder. So I just look at like what hot water and cold water does. So hot water to me strips. So I look at sea moss from the Caribbean helps. Like if you're going to maximize the use, it would help detox. And then the Christmas would help like rebuild your cells. Like cold water helps rebuild. I don't know. That's just thoughts in my head. I don't know if I'm on the right path or not.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. Rick, you need to mute yourself. Is there a way for me to mute you? I could hear everything you were saying. You're telling them about the banana. Yes. Oh, actually, you had to see this guy eat it. Like I thought there was like a prize at the bottom of it. Like he was just like, he almost licked the jar. Like if he could stick his tongue in the jar and lick it on camera without being seen, I think he might have tried that. It looked good.
Oh
Though.
man.
It was that good. Like that's why I was saying like I'm happy that I only made an 8 ounce. If I would have made 16 ounce, I would have been done.
That's funny. I was actually craving that the other day. I think it's because my friend told me she made some a couple weeks ago and I never got any.
And it was vegan.
Is everybody here vegan, plant-based?
No.
No, I'm not even really vegan plant-based like that. But like when I make my own stuff, I like to make it vegan plant-based because I try to be vegan plant-based as much as possible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm planning to transition back into that, at least maybe like an 80-20 type thing, just to start and get disciplined. Because I think I mentioned to you guys I did that for 8 months and I felt so good. And then COVID hit. When I got my taste back, I had to get the salt and pepper wings, and just fell off from there.
Oh, no.
But definitely want to get back onto it, into the plant-based lifestyle, I guess.
Yeah. I watched Force Over Knives today, and that movie is actually it's a game changer. Like as far as it'll make you think about some stuff.
I have to go check it
I
out.
want to say I started that one. I don't know if I finished that. That was a while ago. But there's a few on Netflix, I think, that were pretty good, and I can't remember the names of them. I had a list of the documentaries they had on there, but they're pretty good. And definitely, I feel like when I'm being more conscious when I'm eating something, like, and I'm actually thinking about what I'm eating, that's when I'm like, I don't even need this and stuff. But in your everyday life, when you're just going and grabbing something, it's just like, oh, this is, you tell yourself it's food and stuff. But yeah, I need to watch that. I want to watch the guy that did the juicing. Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead. I watched it years ago, but I'm gonna rewatch that one too.
Which one that you're gonna rewatch?
Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead.
Oh, I never heard of that one.
So this guy, he was overweight, and I don't remember if maybe he was on the verge of diabetes or some kind of he had some health issues, but he went on, I believe, I don't know if it was 60-day juice fast, juices, smoothies, and stuff like that, and he just basically like documented everything. But that one's pretty good. I think it's also a book as well, I want to say. But I'm gonna check that out also. That's probably a little extreme for somebody to just try to go from their regular daily habits to like doing something like that. But I juice, and I need to do that more consistently. And like I feel so much better when I do that. And on top of that, just slapping the Seamoss and everything. That's just the greatest thing. I don't know. Well, you guys don't make the gel, but since I make the gel, I have to taste everything. So when I have pop-ups or vendor things, I usually try to make everything either that day or the day before. Yeah. I'm so turned up for like the next 3 days off of all the Seamoss that I had to try. But it's amazing.
Wow, I know what that's like when you take too much Seamoss and you get all hyped up and excited,
yeah, right. I don't need sleep. I try to tell people not to, if they haven't taken it before, to take it in the morning. Because I had a friend that bought some juices after one of my vendor events, and I do the 8 ounces and the 16 ounce. So I'll put like 1 to 1.5 tablespoons in the 8 ounce, and then 2 to 3 tablespoons in the 16 ounce.
Mm-hmm.
And she killed the 16, and she just tasted it, and then she just downed the whole drink. And I didn't even realize like this was happening. And I was like, dude, I don't know if you should drink that. It's like 5 o'clock. She didn't go to sleep till like 3 in the morning, but she said that when she did sleep, it was the best sleep she ever had.
Yes, and I find that when you do come down off the Seamoss or you do sleep, it's like you sleep so much more soundly. You know?
Yeah, everything is just better. Like it still amazes me how I came across this. Cause I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I studied it, or not necessarily studied it, but came across Seamoss a few years before I even tried it.
Mm-hmm.
And just because at first I didn't really know who to order it from, what was like a good one to order, so I just like kind of kept watching different people, and then eventually I tried it, and like it's amazing what is out there in the world that is natural and just aids in our benefit of our health in different ways. And Seamoss is just like, it has like so many benefits that can't even count. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys get customers that come up to you and tell you something new that you may not have heard before that it helped them with.
All the time.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. All different stuff every time. Like even from people that are saying that their levels in cancer are getting better, to people that are like, one of my friends told me about how he gave it to a lady that had crashed her car because she was getting dementia, and that her daughter like came back like after a few days of her taking the Seamoss and was like almost crying to him, thanking him because he didn't charge her for the Seamoss, he just gave it to her, right? Because we kind of have this policy between everybody in the group that it's kind of like if someone needs it, you don't charge them for it, you give it to them. You know what I mean? Like we're not here to hold back something that's like help from people that need it. You know what I mean? So yeah, like even the guy that I have, like I don't know if you heard this story I told about the guy that he's like this redneck guy that they work at a landscaping company that shares the warehouse where I work out of, and they had heard me talking about Seamoss, so I gave him Seamoss for his cancer, and he was taking it for a long time, and he was showing a really improvement, just not even just like his health, but his overall mood and just appearance, right? Just the way he carried himself was different. And he was saying that, like, the doctors were, looking at his progress. So he was kind of like, well, I don't know if it's the Seamoss, but, they're happy the way things are going and I'm showing an improvement. So for a while, he wasn't taking it, partly because, he didn't run into me and whatever. Wasn't taking it. When he went and saw the doctor was kind of saying, listen, like whatever you were doing before, you need to go back and like start doing that, because that was like, you're like sliding now, like you're backsliding. And so that's how it came to me, because one of the coworkers said, hey, can you hook us up with some of that? Like he really wants some of that Seamoss because, and then that's where I was told the story. So I was like, here's a pound, but like, take it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's, man, I don't know. Yeah, I've given a couple people. I try to give out Seamoss. Actually, today I was driving Lyft,
Mm-hmm.
and I had some Seamoss, so I was like pretty lit, and I also had coffee. So like
the double
combo.
Yeah, double shot.
So I was just in a really good mood, and I always get really good passengers. I don't Seamoss, and I have my business cards in my car, so I'll give them that until I can get like samples that I can carry on me of like the gel, something they can taste. But I offered, I think, 3 or 4. I told them basically, I think you mentioned this to me before about feedback. So I basically was talking to them about it. All of them haven't heard of Seamoss, so I broke it down to them and I said, you know what? Matter of fact, I'm going to hook you up with a jar. So whenever I'm out this way, go ahead and follow me on Instagram. Whenever I'm out this way, I'll hit you up, or when I'm heading out this way, and you let me know, and I'll bring you some. All I want is, feedback. You let me know over like a week or whatever how you're feeling and what it's, doing for you, if anything, or whatever. And every last one of them followed me, and we're excited about it. And so I hope I hear from them this week so I can get them hooked.
Yeah.
Change their life.
That's what you gotta do. One convert at a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Sandra, I just want to acknowledge you because I know you've been sitting quietly. I want to make sure if you had any questions. I was checking out your bio, and it was talking about the rainforest and stuff, and so I found that a little bit interesting. So I don't know if you wanted an opportunity to talk about what you do and stuff. I'd love to hear more about it.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much for opening this space and for passing the mic.
Yeah,
yes,
no.
I am in Peru. I live in the Amazon rainforest of my country, this region called Madre de Dios. I moved here 13 years ago. I was born and raised in Lima, which is the capital. But yeah, I found my home here in nature in the Amazon. And I work in conservation and sustainability in this part of the planet, but connected to every other part of the planet. And between the Amazon rainforest and the oceans, those are one of the main tipping points. Ecosystems were taking to a situation of tipping points for Earth's system, and developing sustainable, true, responsible ways to use what we humans use is very important. And I was very curious about the name of your club, the Seamoss Club, and let's talk about Seamoss. And I'm a biologist, so I know like a bit about a lot of every life form, a bit, and I know a lot about a few that I've dedicated, my time, I guess, because it's hard to learn everything about all the life forms on this planet.
Of course,
we're a lot, right? And in the case of sea moss or seaweed, these are a group of like algae, right? That grow in the oceans naturally.
Yeah.
And I've been in contact, and I've been like connecting and seeing a lot of really interest taken to this group of species on our planet. And I heard you speaking at the moment about the healthy eating, not eating them, and using them as food. And I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's also this industry that it's called the blue carbon. It's the blue carbon industry. So sea moss, seaweed, properly managed, can help us solve climate change crisis. And then also, obviously, what you said, eating that instead of other plants or land plants, which is like some big difference in this kingdom of life. You have the land plants, and then you have the ocean plants. So we eat more ocean plants and replace, instead of eating that many plants from the land, we would definitely shift the whole food chain system that humans are disrupting because of overconsumption and overuse of lands and of water to produce this plants, monocultives, and yeah, I just wanted to learn more of what are you talking on Seamoss, and I really hope, and I would say it as a little tip, recommendation, wisdom from the heart, that if you consume sea moss, I do recommend, because what I've learned from it is that it is usually farmed, ocean farmed, or like wild crafted by people around the world in the amazing, our planet is called Earth, but we're really more ocean. It should be called ocean, right? Or water. Yes. But anyways, I do recommend making sure that what you're buying comes from a true, responsible, sustainable management of this group of plants, because if it becomes popular, it's great for the health that it can cause us and create on us. And usually most of it, I understand, is natural and organic. But you never know if you don't really research what you're putting into your body. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's what I would recommend, and I would love to learn more and see if it's something that I don't think in Peru. In Peru, we do have like naturally we eat some seagrasses as part of our diet. But it's something that if you are from the ocean, it's part of your diet. And people from the ocean that have this as their diet, they're definitely a lot stronger, healthier, in every sense. So it is definitely a good way to go, and it is like I know that there's this amazing properties, right? Medicine, like it heals your body in so many ways.
I actually have. No, thank you for coming here. I appreciate you coming here and just even, having the interest and the curiosity. I actually have a question, because, what you talk about is of extreme importance to me and of interest. And so I guess the question is, like, based on your knowledge of sustainability and stuff, what could you see could be the potential damaging effects if we were to say focus more on sea moss from the wild rather than trying, like, because you stress the point of making sure that the sea moss is sustainable, but why do you think that it needs, like, why do you recommend that it needs to be sustainable?
Because when you, for example, we're talking about two ways, right? The wild crafted and then the ocean farm. And everything that we do as humans, we have to do it in balance. If we overdo something, we will break the balance, to be redundant, of the systems that we are using or extracting resources from. And we will create, eventually, the more you overuse, the bigger the break, and all of a sudden you'll be not only without the resource, or you'll destroy everything around the resource, and then the resource will be gone. So if we concentrate, if we don't balance, and we only go wildcrafted, and we start farming, because it is farming, it's taking it out from their natural ecosystems without creating a closed cycle of renewing that one species that we're using as a resource. We will create an ecological balance that it's we're gonna be out of that really quick. It becomes so fashionable, and we don't find the when the word sustainable, what does this mean? Sustainable means fulfilling our needs as humans, through using resources, using species. We use species or minerals, right? Like we use life forms, or we use non-living things. So when we use too much of any of that, for our needs, what we're breaking the capacity, because no species is infinite on the planet, and no non-living thing is infinite. And if we use things as if they were infinite, we are in the troubles we are right now when it comes to the world crisis we're living with, climate change, with the visible virus, independently if we believe or know for a fact that it was altered. Well, I'm not going to go into that part. We'll talk about that. But and then the Russia war. I don't know if you really have thought or have talked about how everything is interconnected. So the social and the ecological breaks that we're having, it's all connected because of this,
one war
thinking of separation and thinking that more in a finite world is going to be possible when you want more at an infinite rhythm. So for seaweed and for everything, we have to consider, especially when it comes to nature, and everything comes from nature. I mean, think of something that you believe that doesn't come from nature, and I'll tell you why it does come from nature. Everything comes from nature. Even the things that we believe they're not, like our house, our laptops, the internet. Okay, the internet doesn't come from nature per se. It comes from a cosmic. It comes from the use of the cosmic highways of nature. If it makes sense what I'm saying, right?
Well, yeah, in some ways, how they create this nodes and networks is similar to how nature evolves and sort of grows and propagates.
Exactly, because everything is interconnected. Even what we've created in the internet, or is this communication at a higher frequency beyond material, to be able to move information in this like nano. It's nano waves, right? It's nanowaves or microwaves even. So yeah, but I think I got derailed on
Listen, you will find in this group we always get derailed, and that's okay. Part of the process of learning and opening our minds is to not have these rails that we like. If we stuck to a topic, it would get boring and dull after a while. But this is what, you know what I mean? Like even in the description, it's all things related to Seamoss. It's not just Seamoss. You know what I mean? And I think it's more about us exploring our minds and our knowledge, and then we take what we learn in the whole grand scheme of things, and then bring it back to Seamoss. But for me, I'm a very so to give you a little bit of background of who I am. I export Seamoss from St. Lucia. And we sell both wildcrafted and cultivated or farm-raised Seamoss. I'm very experienced with all aspects of the Seamoss industry, from starting the Seamoss to drying the Seamoss to packaging, farming. Like, I've set up the farms, I've done everything. And so for me, it's frustrating to see these people go crazy over wildcrafted when I know that it's all the same Seamoss. And there's really no difference between the Seamoss that's coming from the rocks and then the coming from the wild. And maybe you can touch on this more, but my experience is that there's a lot of things that are dependent on the algae and the Seamoss itself. Not only like balancing the quality of the water, but providing food for not only large animals, but microscopic animals and phytoplankton and stuff like that. And so, to take this out into the water in great measures, it's devastating. Like, people don't realize that, and I've said it a few times in these lives. It takes 10 pounds of Seamoss, of wet Seamoss, to make 1 pound of dry Seamoss. Okay, I export probably somewheres in the range of 1,500 to 2,000 pounds a month. Okay, so that means if my Seamoss was all wildcrafted, I'd be taking 30,000 pounds of wet Seamoss out of the environment. You know what I'm saying? A month. That's like 360, like that's half a ton a year. Just me. And I'm not the biggest seller in I'm probably the smallest. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like when I see all that happening, and it's just like, and you do the research and you realize like, and I've tried it. Like I've tried the stuff that we've dove for, and then I went and tried the stuff because I was kind of like, all right, well, I need to know the difference. If I'm going to sell something, I got to know what I'm selling, right? And if these guys are saying it's better, is it really better? Or is it just something because no one could say why it was better or prove it except for the rocks, which I was able to, through my due diligence, prove that the rocks mean shit. So here I am. I'm going all over the place now. Point I'm trying to make is that
I totally got you. Yes.
yes, is that I'm a big fan of farm raised, and I feel like more people need to understand that this product is a good product, and just not listen to all this garbage that people have that like care more about the planet than your own, than whether or not you're getting 10% more minerals. Because even if wildcrafted was more, like really, or how much like more better do you think it's twice as better? It's not twice as better. You know what I'm saying? And you're killing the planet.
Yes, I agree, and you're right. It's you are speaking of part of the basics of sustainability. It is a triad. A triad means that the three things are interconnected equally, and but there is high hierarchy. It's called a holarchy of being, and obviously we have at the highest level of being is a natural capital. Because without a natural capital, we humans don't exist. Then it comes us, the social, the human capital. Without humans, we don't exist, like individually, right? Because we can't be an isolated organism. We are one species, connected to this other species in nature. And then the next step lower, actually, is inverted, the whole thing. Lower is the financial capital. But we've inverted this hierarchy in putting above all the financial capital, up below that the human social capital, and even below that the natural capital. So when you say what is better, there needs to be a balance. The three of them have to be in balance. If you have too much of one, or use too much of one, or abuse too much of one or of two, or even of the three, things will start collapsing. And in our case, what you are saying is that it's true. Our species sometimes is more concentrated in making money than it's more concentrating in only humans. And most, unfortunately, from my experience, it's heartbreaking to say that of this almost 8 billion humans that we are living on this planet right now, it's a very few that are aware and include nature and this consciousness of nature, human as one, to grow together in finance and abundance. It's very few of us that are create this oneness, as you say, right? Because you make $10 more, but then you abuse a human because you pay them below what it should be, a wage that it's decent and honorable to a human being. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you make $10 more, and then you destroy and kill hundreds or thousands of species while you do this. So there's this immediate need of truly snapping out of this like insane way of humans, how we act.
Yeah.
Truly, I appreciate what you're doing, and that you're being an example of finding the balance, the balance of every industry, because we humans are humans of creating things and from raw things, and using. The less we use life forms, the better. In abusive, controlling, destructive ways. The more we use responsibly, caring. This obviously, I'm not gonna go into the deep end of asking the question if sea moss or seaweed has consciousness or something like that. they do.
They do.
In a sense that they are part of us. We are them. They are us. We are one. You know, but there is what it's called the trophic web. I don't know if you've heard about this in biology class, maybe in school.
Okay.
No, but the trophic web is part of nature. It is in the simplest way. What the trophic web is living beings feed from or eat other living beings. That is part of nature.
Mm-hmm.
Now the problem is our species. Our problem is not the fact that we eat other species. The problem is that we have we enslave them, we abuse them, we enslave them, we abuse them, we slaughter them, or we just use all of it and destroy other species. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So what we need to realize is that we have to start asking how much do we really need or want or should have, and what should we be eating, and what we should be changing our diet to. So we really support industries that promote a caring use of other species. In this case, for example, we're talking of Seamoss, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And destroying Seamoss, it may not affect you or us individually, or if we are far away in another country, but if you destroy and overuse and deploy, as you said, there are people that are just taking out because you just said the numbers, right?
Yeah.
If everyone starts eating seaweed and change like animal protein for seaweed, yeah, we will become, the oceans will probably become acid, and we will die because everything will be. I'm not saying that it may happen within a year, but probably within that we would have to talk to a biologist expert on the ecosystem of an ocean. But I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be that long.
No.
Probably years or less, maybe less than decades. We all did at the same time because there will be a disruption of ecological, planetary proportions.
Yeah.
That and the ocean, the stability or the resilience and the adaptivity of the ocean and the diversity. If it's destroyed because one species is out, if we take one species, we have no idea of the effects that we can cause. And we're doing it right now. We're not taking one species; we're taking millions of species out. So all those millions of species are one.
Yeah.
Right now, we're in the 6th mass extinction of life on Earth. The 5th one was the dinosaurs' time.
Yeah.
That's when it happened. Oh, but anyways, I went off topic again.
No, but no, that's cool. It's interesting stuff. You know what I mean? To know about the extinctions and stuff. I'm curious. Do you know any stuff? Like I don't know how. Like how do we say it? How vast your knowledge is about Seamoss and algae, but are you familiar with what stuff the ocean is dependent on with the algae in the like? What purposes does this algae serve to be in the ocean? Like what lives does it support and stuff?
Yeah. Well, you have like the thing is that you have this chain as well of algae, you know, and you have also different groups within the algae, and you have micro and macro, you know, like the ones that you can see and touch, and the ones that you need a microscope to see. So all of this is interconnected in ways from many of the micro is food for other species, you know, and then the most important thing as a whole group is the balance of the carbon and other minerals and other
like nitrogen and stuff like that.
Because oxygen, other like elements. Sorry, not minerals, elements. No, that they bring into the ocean to create the cycles of nutrients that feed the land. You know, and then you also have the CO2 absorption that the ocean generates. That's why it's so big. It's new. It's new in quotes. The blue carbon market that I mentioned. that it's also, if you connect whatever project you're part of with this blue market, carbon blue bonds market, you can definitely close even better the cycle of sustainability. Because you can promote not only like sustainability has to be local when it comes to the use of what you're using. In this case, Seamoss. If you are consuming or buying Seamoss from someone, you have to make sure that locally there's sustainability, as we talk. Not nature, human, and financial capitals all interconnected, sustainably, responsibly, and caring, and not equality would be like for a common for a common benefit, and then you have at a bigger level, that what you do matters because it is connected to all the seaweed that moves, because the ocean it's only one. We humans have divided it in names for seas and oceans because of the continents that divided many like millions of years ago, but it's actually one water and everything is connected. So if you affect an area of the ocean in one part of the world, eventually it will get to another part of the world. Yeah, in that sense, I don't know if that answers your question. It's a broad, but it kind of
no, it does. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off.
Thank you.
But I'm also looking at this blue carbon initiative, and this is real, and I'm going to see how our groups can kind of, if they're not already involved with this, which I have a feeling, because St. Lucian is very big on environmental and sustainability, and just, you know what I mean, like a lot of our areas are protective and stuff like that from development, and they have a lot of mangrove areas that they protect, areas where like seagrasses and stuff like that. Like even where one of our Seamoss farms are, it's an area called Bois Chaudot, or Bois Chaudot, and Bois Chaudot means many sea eggs. And so this is an area that's full of like seagrasses and stuff, and the sea urchins are like really abundant in that area and stuff like that. And so the whole area is sort of protected because, one, they want to keep growing the seagrass, but also, because it maintains a good habitat for these sea urchins that they want to like be able to protect and make sure that they are there for a long time, because I think there's a lot of over harvesting of them.
Yeah, I do have to say that also part of the management of the seaweed, what you said, yeah, they're definitely connected with more. We are connected to everyone on this planet, to everything. But what I would like to make it a representation in our minds. Imagine yourself as you being a knot.
Yes.
So the closer the beings are closer to you, humans and non-humans, your connection it's more direct.
Yes.
But at the end, we are all connected in this like metaphysical, energetic realm. So there are species that are more closely connected to others, but we do have to remember that there are other species as well that sometimes we don't even think about. And for example, some people right now are killing whales and are killing like the big ones, in the ocean, or killing fish, and like if you haven't seen Seaspiracy, I recommend it's on Netflix, I believe.
Okay.
Watch that documentary, Seaspiracy.
I'll check it out.
And everything is connected. So that the extreme fish industry that we have developed as a species, it's definitely destroying the oceans. And in the case of seaweed, one problem of seaweed that maybe if we find, I cannot talk right now specifically for an area, but I have read articles and I have seen conservation efforts to restore marine ecosystems, because the amount of seaweed, specific species of them, because definitely there's so many species of groups that we would have to learn about all of them and see maybe how varied we can be. But anyways,
that would be a whole new show. We should come back next week and talk about that and just dedicate one about the different species. you know.
Yeah.
But continue with what you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. To finish on this is that I read about this, one of the Rhodontia, I don't remember the genus, but it's the red algae, right? It's a group known as the red algae. You have the green algae and you have others. Now, so in the case of the ones known as commonly known as red algae, when there's a disruption in the ecosystem, sometimes there are excessive amounts and they overtake areas of ocean and they don't allow the oxygen to come through, and that can also affect the local wildlife. So
that's a good point. I never thought about that with the oxygen and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. So if you're overproducing in ocean farms, you may be, especially in areas, for example, closer to coral reefs, in areas where it's there's a very hot spot for biodiversity, that they are regions of our ocean, planetarily wise, that are so biodiverse. There are key, and among them, and one of them mainly, are the coral reefs. They are in different parts of the world. They're usually connected to shallower waters around the sandbanks or rocks, closer to shore.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you cover an area of seaweed, depending on the type of seaweed and the amount, you can be affecting negatively many other species. That then it's all connected, and chaos that it's not meant to happen. You know what I mean? Chaos and equilibrium. We're both. We are in constant chaos and equilibrium, cycles.
Yeah. What can potentially happen when you put too much sea moss, densify the area, is that they begin to start fighting for nutrients. And while it might how do I say it, increase the rapacy, how quickly the sea moss goes. Because from what I've learned talking to farmers, they tell you when they're fighting for nutrients, when you put them too close together, they'll grow even faster because they become competitive between each other. You were saying before, these things are a life force. They are alive. I've touched it. I've held them. There's just something about when you hold live sea moss, and it's just moving and stuff like that. There's this vibration to it. And it you don't want to grow it in these areas. And I've seen in sort of other foreign countries where the sea moss cultivation is on a massive industrial scale, where they're producing megatons of this stuff, and the farms are going for miles, and the water is this putrid green color. It doesn't look natural. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That the oxygen, as I said, the oxygen and the light, because in the plantae world, light is the main source of food. To say it, it's not the main source of food. It's what breaks the molecules to create food. So in the ocean, you do have two main layers that definitely have their own layers as well. But you have two main layers. The layer where light comes, light goes, light diffracts in water. It just comes in, and then comes into a different angle, and then goes into the water. But it goes to a certain depth.
Yeah.
Beyond that point, there's no more light, and then you have what is called the dark side of the ocean. And you have species we humans mostly have studied. We have studied very, very little about the ocean compared to what the ocean has to offer. Because it's hard. We know more about land, even though there's a lot that we don't know, and we're killing it before we know about it. But we know more about land life than ocean life. Now there is this whole area of ocean life that it's beyond our possibilities to get because of the light and because of the depth. We would explode if we go deep into the ocean.
Yeah, with the pressure.
Technology has not been yet developed to be able to see and everything below. And let's also talk about the light part. So when you have this massive amount of sea moss that you're talking about, you're not allowing the light to come through. So you're not allowing the photosynthesis to happen. So you're not allowing the oxygen to be taken, like broken from the water, and like many other also like organic chemistry things that happen, and the nutrient flow that all this process brings. It creates a dead sea where only sea moss grows probably, and underneath, you're gonna be destroying, killing, and or forcing many species to migrate. And as you said, first of all, compete. Many of them, some will die, some will migrate, and then you'll be left with water, lifeless water, except for the sea moss growing up on the top,
which is not ideal.
Which is not only not ideal, as I said, if we start doing this massively, like what you are saying, multiplied by 100 or a million, or 1,000, we probably are doomed. Like, well, I mean, we are already doomed.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be the pessimistic one. We're already doomed if we keep acting, doing, overusing, over-consuming the way that we are doing it. And you talk about already these massive places that are doing it. Well, if you are in the business and if I can help you in any way, let's see how we can promote local production, local consumption of seaweed. Because one of the main key things that we do have to start doing as a rule is act local, eat, consume local. Because the industries, the word industry is connected to massive production, and massive production usually is connected because too many people want it, and usually is connected because there is exporting, importing, exporting, and we're taking things that are growing in one place, and we are creating a demand in different part of the world where there's like millions of people that if you actually made the studies, like as an ecologist, I can do the economics of the ecosystems, and I can go all the way down to an individual, an organism level of species. So I can analyze one species, and do a projection in time to see if you consume this species in this way for this amount of X period of time, these problems are going to happen. Right? So if we do really analyze that, humans don't analyze, like very little humans analyze that.
No.
Or very little industries, almost only the part of the green blue industry, because even like that industry is also like I don't know if you've heard about greenwashing and blue washing.
No, what is that?
So greenwashing and blue washing is when you buy your sea moss, right, and it says organic, naturally farmed, it's all great for the planet, and you buy it because wow, it's amazing. But then maybe for just these coincidences, you decide to see the label and you see, oh, made in Taiwan, or made in China, or made in Indonesia, or made in Peru, or made in North Carolina, or whatever. So, oh my God, I'm close to there. I'm going to go and check. And you go and see, and it's this landfill of sea moss where people are being, like underneath wage pay, like slavery in the modern way, because we are still living in so many ways what our species has, like, I still don't understand. I'm watching this documentary that it's called, I don't know, in Netflix. I'm just watching it and I'm seeing all this story about how we humans treated each other, about how the U.S. became to be. I'm not from the U.S., but I lived and I went to school there and I studied U.S. history, and yeah, it's I don't remember the name, but it's with Will Smith, and it's something about emancipation. I don't know, but I recommend it.
Okay, I'll check it out.
It's a true eye opener of our history as a species and the division we have created just because of the color of our skin. I mean, it's it's really heartbreaking. Her species is able to have done that and still doing it in so many ways.
Yeah, you touched on something that to me is very, very important to me in this business, and that was about the fair wages, about the workers and stuff like that. This is something that, like I said, it's really like I actually lost a customer recently, or it was sort of like a partnership, because this guy was kind of like constantly pushing me for pricing, and I was kind of like, no, this is the cheapest I can do, right? And so, he went out there and found someone to do it cheaper. And so he's coming back to me and he's like, "Oh, you lied to me." And it's like, "No, I didn't lie to you. It's like I couldn't do it cheap. Like, sure, I could have done it cheaper, but what it would have required for me to do cheaper is I would have to go back to these guys and say, "Okay, yeah, that price I just, negotiated you lower down, and you barely wanted to accept. I need you to go lower now." Do you know what I mean? Like,
I
I can't do that.
My brother, I appreciate you because you really come from a true essence of being, and it's I thank you for
but this is the thing. I've done the work. I know what it takes, and I wouldn't do it for that price. So how am I telling these guys to do it for that price? Do you know what I mean? And these guys work harder than I would do it. I would get a car and a truck, and I would have like a wheelbarrow or something. These guys are doing it all by hand. Some of these people don't even have a truck. They're walking miles with 60-pound sacks on their back.
And this is the thing. You just put it in I mean, the connection. If we go back to the concept of sustainability and putting finance first, humans second, and nature third, the humans more connected to nature and to being usually the guardians of nature and the ones who directly use nature. They're usually in underpaid, abusive, slave-based recognitions for their work. I come from a third world country in Peru, and I've seen in first world countries some products that come from Peru, and most of the farmers here in Peru, they live in really basic conditions, and they earn it's an abuse. It's an abuse. The way they are underpaid and underappreciated and undervalued for the enormous effort that caring for the land, caring for the species, harvesting them in a true organic, natural way.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to add, but the pride and the love and the passion that they put it, like these, like it's how do I say it? They're not doing it for the money. Do you know what I mean? These guys have been doing it for years. It's like a tradition to them. It's a way of life. It's like it's that Seamoss life, and they would do it for free almost.
Yeah, and I mean, what I would say to that is that when you are connected to the land or to the water, or to the earth, and you know how much it takes for that specific species that you care for to grow and to provide you what you need, because most of the people in these natural areas producing or harvesting, that's the word I guess, species that it's part of their culture and part of their life from ancestors to come. They know that the ocean, the land, earth, our mother earth, let's call it like that, provides for us. So for them, money is just came as some new forced way that undervalued what they consider important, and they had to become part of this the capitalist modern, in quotes by quotes, way, and they became the least well respected, well appreciated, forgotten groups, because most traditional knowledge. It's called ecological. Ecological ETK, ecological tech, traditional ecological knowledge. It's something that it's part of humans that are connected or living in their natural ecosystems. And that we, a modern way of doing things, have put them in a position where, at the last of the chain with nature, and for them money is not the main reason why they're living. They use money, and some probably have turned to the other side. If it's making sense what I'm saying, kind of like Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. If you're a fan of Star Wars, but yeah, I mean, we part of what we have to do, and you are part of this movement, is reappreciating and giving back the value, the high value that these people and the ecosystems that they live in, and the knowledge that they have of how to manage these ecosystems, how key is that, and we should be paying them millions. They should have the best quality of life, and believe me, they're not going to destroy the ocean and create mansions and have yachts that contaminate and destroy their beaches. You know what I mean?
No. And that's the thing too. If we were able to pay them more money, they would probably have to harvest less sea moss.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? To make the same, because they just want enough to survive. Maybe have a car, maybe put a roof on their house. You know what I mean? Like some of these guys live in like I know one guy. He lives in a 15 by 15 foot shack, pretty much. And it's him.
He probably doesn't want a car.
No. Well, they own cars now. You know what I mean? But in the beginning, and now they're working on building their house because. Sorry, I'm going to say something incredibly conceited and selfish. They did the smart thing and started working with me. But seriously, yeah, like we once they started working with us, and we put them on a system in which not only were they making more money, but they were able to save more money because we were helping them sort of manage the sales and the income, and it worked out like a relationship that worked out like best for both sides. Like it was a fair deal for both of us. You know what I mean? And it helped them grow substantially, which I'm really happy for. One of my friends is now building a house. He like since meeting me, he's bought his own car. He's like literally the envy of the village because they're all like, "What is this guy doing?" All of a sudden, he's got this, he's got that, da da da. But like, you know what I mean? If someone's being paid right and they have a fair agreement, then everybody prospers. Do you know what I mean? Like my how do you say it? My profession before here, my career still now is I'm a real estate agent, like I'm a realtor, and in the Toronto market, our houses sell for a lot. Like the average house sells for $1 million. So I sell houses anywhere between 700,000 up to $2.5 million. So it's a lot of money that I'm dealing with, and I'm doing big negotiations where offers there's anywhere between 15 to 30 offers on one property. So imagine you're going in to try and win an offer, and you have to compete not only with the seller but 29 other people. You know what I'm saying? And so doing this all my life and being an investor in real estate, I've had to negotiate a lot of deals and a lot of partnerships. And the thing that I've learned that works best in every partnership or deal that I've made is that I always make sure that the person I'm negotiating with is happier than I am at the deal. And the reason I do that is because I know if he's not happy, he's going to fuck up the deal the first chance he gets. He's going to rip me off without me looking. Something's going to happen. But if he's happier than I am, if he walks away thinking like, yeah, I fucking got Julien, then he's never going to mess with the deal. Do you know what I mean? He's happy with the deal. The deal is what he wanted. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's how I work. You know what I mean? Like I structure deals that we're both going to be happy with so that we can just focus on making money and growing, because that's what we do. But if I squeeze you and I try and get one off you, then you're always looking over your shoulder about, you're like, you won't trust me because you're like, Julien's not fair. I can't trust Julien to be fair. Do you know what I'm saying?
Of course,
Yeah.
of course. And I really like the way you have you can express what it's all about. A partnership, it's not possible if both if it's only two, if it's three, you know what I mean? The parts. If the parts of that partnership, how many parts it involves. All the parts, it's not a true partnership if not all the parts feel and know that they are getting what they deserve, that they are opening themselves to something better for them and for the other people they are with, creating a partnership. Because, we have grown in a society that has been going for millennia of years. I'm not even, I mean, the worst part has happened in the last couple of hundreds, but in the last millennia of years, our species has become so egotistical and separate, and so in this illusion that we are separate, that making deals with a person, creating partnership is about taking advantage.
Yeah.
And only gaining you over others. I mean, and then we wonder why we are in this crisis that we're experiencing at the moment. You know? So yeah, I applaud you for following that vision, mission. It is heart-centered. You know, I like how you put it in a very, like, you use this slang of business. And I really would love to connect more and see, because there's some people that it's harder to get to them to see this, but the way you spoke, it kind of just puts it in a simpler, people that are not yet open to the full consciousness of human equality and nature equality. No, and they're only thinking about the money. But if we use your metaphor, not your metaphor, but your it would be your mental model. It's called mental models. Yeah, mental models are like unique. You have your own mental models. I have my own mental models. Mr. O, Oscar, Asa, C, Beth. We all have our individual, personal mental models. You know, and when we get together and express them, and we share our mental models, we create new ideas, creations, inventions.
Exactly.
You know, and when we can do it on our own, but the more we connect mental models, the greater, the better we'll all be together. So the mental model that you use, it's not going to apply to everybody, but it will apply to a big group of people that if we help them to start there, we can start shifting the system right away. And then eventually they'll realize that it's beyond that vision of, I want them happy, because if they're happy, they won't F me, you know? They won't stab me, you know? I mean, eventually we'll lose that, because we'll stop thinking about the stabbing or the effing, you know? And we'll start thinking about the growing, the trusting, the sharing, the loving, the winning all together.
Yep, I agree.
Which is the real way to go, right?
I agree, and it's partly one of the reasons why I do it, is to kind of show other people that it can be done, that it is possible and it's safe. If I can do it, like, I want people to look at me and be like, well, if Julien can do it, I can do it. You know what I mean? And because there's nothing special about me that, and you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing special in me that there isn't in anybody else. The reason why I'm at where I'm at is only because I pushed as hard as I could to get there. And if someone pushed as hard as I am or harder, they're going to pass me. Do you know what I'm saying? Or they're going to be at that level, and I'm happy for them. You know, but I also want to add this in. As much as it sounds nice where I say, okay, about the fair and this and that, part of the reason why I do it is because I've seen so many deals fail because the guy was greedy or because the guy didn't make a fair deal. And I would watch on the side on how you know what I mean? Like, I would observe how these things happen. And so it's more like a protection thing. You know what I mean? It's more like because it works. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, it sounds nice, sounds, oh, Julian's got a good heart, and I like to think I do, but in real sense, I just know that if I were to be greedy, then these are the problems that are going to result from being it. So I don't want those problems. I'm going to do the opposite. You know? Just full disclosure there.
Oh, I like I said, I appreciate you because the mental model part, you come from a business experience and background, and what you are doing is how business should be, how it has to be, how it needs to be, how we have to move towards, because the other way of doing business, it's definitely working for a few, but yeah, when we talk, we've never actually experienced a world war. But and a world war is the whole world, and yeah, we there's been wars around the world between humans. But this time the war is humans against humans everywhere around the world. Plus, fighting because Earth is deciding to shake us already.
Yeah.
Earth is shaking us out.
It's definitely giving it. I feel like that. I feel like, people talk about SARS, COVID, and stuff like that as it being these conspiracies to control. I feel like it was like nature kind of saying, "Hey guys, you need to slow down. You're moving too fast. We need to like do a kind of like a shift, and you got to start thinking more about like things besides the what I believe corporate or commercial America, was getting us to kind of think and see what was important. Now I see more people caring more about their health and more about their family and more about the experiences they go through rather than, I got this car, I got these material things are not as important now as they were, say, 5-10 years ago. That's just my opinion.
Yes. No, yes, and I want to add to that. I mean, we have to understand that there is, even though it sounds difficult to grasp this concept, but there's really no or in the universe. Everything is an and. So what you were saying that the viruses are part of nature. The only difference between viruses and every other life form on Earth is that viruses are not, they're not considered a life per se. They have life cycle only when they are inside their hosts. So viruses have existed since life existed, or before life. Actually, it's said they come from this other group called prions. That is like before life existed, these things existed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same.
These single cell organisms and stuff.
Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah. But even So in the case of the viruses, they are this like genetic material that it's like non-living when it's in the outside atmosphere, and it can be in different. It's everywhere, and then when it comes into it's said to be also inside. They are dormant, but when there are disruptions in the ecological balance, they become pandemic or epidemic, and they start destroying, killing the species that their host is. So definitely, it's part of the cycle of reducing populations on Earth, the viruses, and also other micro beings like the bacteria and protistae. But why did I say that there's no or? Because there is also bioweapons, and that is real. Bioweapons have been created by humans based on using genetic material of viruses and bacteria, and that they are being used. Well, I can never say. The only thing that I know is that I don't know. Right? So the only thing that I can say is that I'm 90 something % sure that I can say 100%, because we can never say anything 100%, except the fact that we love each other, that we are one. I think that's the only thing we can say it's true. But then the rest, we humans are very limited in what we know. So I can't say 100% that they are humans, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it's a fact that, yeah, it has happened, and it's probably happened. It has happened with COVID. Originally, the original SARS that the virus came from, it happened because humans started destroying nature by over-consuming and killing and hunting animals. And yeah, this type of SARS appeared and passed from humans to non-humans, from non-humans to humans, and vice versa as well. It happens. But then someone did take this SARS and go to the lab, and for some reason, I'm not going to go into that detail. A lot doesn't add up in this, what just happened, you know? And many of these are probably coming similar, because we're in a point of cosmic changes that humanity is in a true process of, it is sad, this is sad, huh? That we're in a true process of awakening as a species, but there are a group of people that they don't want everybody to wake up, because if everybody wakes up, they'll stop having control, and they'll stop being able to control abuse over use. You know what I mean?
Somewhat. I mean, a lot of times everybody talks about this control, but I don't see how people really have control over me.
Okay, so the way that we as a species, you know, are controlled at the moment is that if you analyze your life and you ask yourself questions like, you didn't decide where you were born, you didn't decide your name, you didn't decide your hometown, you didn't choose your parents, and then you have all this, and you are conditioned since you're a baby, and you grow up believing 100% that what you have been taught is true, but that is only based on a fraction of what is true, and we believe sometimes that what we want to do in life is what we really want, but it's usually connected to what we have experienced. It's usually connected to what our parents say, or who we live with, or where we were, like that, right? So right now, I don't think, and please tell me if I'm wrong, there's going to be a human that is an adult, because kids are saying it already. Children are talking about it already for a long time, and they're actually asking us and begging us, you know, to start awakening. You know, which is that I don't think any human right now can say that truly the governments that govern all the countries in the world, maybe there are scales, definitely, but the most people that are governing us and putting the rules and setting the table play, they are connected with corporations, huge ones. That the last thing they care about is the people that they hire, or that they're connected to, or the ecosystem that they use for their industries.
Agree.
And we buy and go to the markets, and we buy from these people, and we elect these people, even though when we elect them and they fail, we allow them to still be there, or we allow someone similar to them come, and it's a vicious cycle. That I mean, in my case, I'm 38 years old, right? So I've already lived a bit as a grown up, as an adult, you know, and yeah, I mean, in my country and in the countries I've traveled, and the places I've been and I lived, and the people I've talked to, yeah, this is a common problem. We're being controlled by a group of people.
But
that just, I mean, set the tone, set the rules, and we just follow them. And when we want to complain or demand rights, well, revolutions have happened, right? We have a lot of freedom now compared to 50, 100 years ago, but we didn't. but it's a freedom that's still conditioned by ways we have no idea. And we're going to definitely a crazy subject right now, because it's very deep what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many there's so many hidden truths that we have been, like false truths that we have been told.
A lot of times.
And there's many hidden things that have been destroyed, and the ones that have not been destroyed, they're not everywhere published or talked about or shared or taught in school or taught in universities or taught at home.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a long, big subject, and there's things that it took me, for me individually, my journey. There's things that I still have, like, okay, if this is real, okay, right? Wow. But yeah, I haven't seen it, I haven't felt it, but yeah, I mean, we can't say that it's not out there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I think that I'm definitely right now went into a very, like, branch outside and beyond kind of thing. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just I'm listening to it, but it's like I feel like yes, there are things in this world that can influence us and that can manipulate us and that can set us down. But it's like we choose to accept those things. Like we choose to accept what our parents are telling us.
Totally.
You know,
Totally.
so it's kind of like we can change that narrative if we want. Like people always like I don't know. All my life, I've always felt that well, I am in this world. I don't really believe I live in this world. Or there was a saying I used to have. I can't remember it saying it now, but it's almost to the point where it's like I don't subscribe to the typical stuff that most people like subscribe. You know what I mean? In this world, like the barriers that people put up there that don't really. I don't see those things. Like there's, you know what I mean? Like I'm the kind of guy like I wouldn't hesitate to go to an area where normal people would be like, oh my god, what are you doing? Like I'm the guy that crosses the red rope without even thinking. Do you know what I mean? Whereas someone would look at that rope and be like, oh, I can't cross that rope. I go and I just click the link. Oh, I'm on the other side of the rope now. Like you can't stop me from going. It's just a rope. You know what I mean? But some people would look at that rope and see it as this huge wall. You know what I mean? And so I guess for me, it's kind of like, yes, there's controls, yes, but that's if you choose to follow them. I make my own
And again,
rules.
I totally agree, and this is where I want to kind of encourage you to be aware of, I mean, for all of us, right? It's important to be aware of the language that we speak. And you use the word but. There's no buts.
Okay.
So, yeah, we are being controlled in many ways. We are being manipulated, abused in many ways, and maybe not us individually, but someone of our species. You know what I mean?
There's always attempts on that, yeah.
Yes. And we have the power to do something about it.
Yeah.
The thing is, many people don't deny it, are too afraid of connecting to that power within, and or have connected and are using it for a personal, individualistic, egotistical reasons.
Which is what it's not meant for.
Exactly.
Yep.
The ones who have connected to that power and they're using it for them as part of home. Yeah, we are the people that have to and this is what you have accomplished and after what you are sharing and the energy that I feel from you, even though you kind of said, yeah, I kind of throw out there that I might be more into this part and this part. I mean, we're all not meant to be in the same spot at the same time. You know what I mean? Because we are organisms. The word individual, even though it's used in the ecology of the individual, it's actually the individual is an organism. It's a one of an X number of the same. We are the same, but all humans, but at the same time, we're unique. It's both. It's not or. As you said, yeah, I'm not unique. Yes, you are. I am unique. No, Oscar is unique. C is unique. Beth is unique. Because we are one organism that is interconnected to the other organisms of our species and to every other organism. No, and we are at the same time one, so we're equal. But our uniqueness and being able to awaken to our power within, based on a heart, true, caring, trust, honest way of being us, and breaking the mold, breaking the shell. You know what I mean? It usually happens when people have experienced hardship in their lives or trauma. It's usually, that's why life, it's known to be, life is hard. But you deal with it, or life. There's many sayings.
Yeah.
Life is there's one I forgot. But anyways, life is hard because we have to face things that are beyond our limited comprehension when we come to this material world. And because we have been conditioned to believe that the material world, the physical reality, is the only one that exists. But if you understand that we are made out of atoms, and atoms, that is a basic element that we're made out of, and atoms are made of subparticles that are just in nothingness, going around. It's this nucleus of positive and this negative energy particles going around, waves of in nothingness as space. So if nothingness is inside of us and we're everything at the same time, and we are part of a universe that is also nothing at the same time everything, it's hard for humans to
comprehend it.
To comprehend that, and then to be open to it, because you are told, no, what you see is real. If you don't see it, you're crazy.
Yeah.
You have a problem, psychiatric problem, probably.
Yeah. No, it's you're right in a lot of ways, and a lot of people are limited by these sort of rules and constraints that people, that life or society has developed for us to kind of like, sort of live in between or whatever. It's I don't know. It's tough. I'm just so glad that I don't like all my life. Even as a kid, I always knew that I was a spirit in a dirt body, and that this is just more of like I'm like this host, and that there is more. You know what I mean? There's more to me than what I see in myself. I don't know if you've ever heard of this thing called the Landmark Forum. They have this thing in Canada where my mom sent it to me. They try to say it's a cult, which is funny because when I looked at it, I was like, these guys aren't a cult. They just need to sell, and in some ways, in order for their program to work, you have to. It's sort of like a certain level of conditioning and brainwashing, but it's done in a way to open your mind so that you are more receptive to seeing things. And so in order to follow through all that stuff, they have to be sort of repeatedly conditioning you to come back and finish the course, because most people will do 10% of it and leave, but then be like, oh, I didn't get anything out of it. And it's like, yeah, you didn't get anything out of it because you didn't follow through with what you were supposed to do. And that's your whole problem in life. You know what I mean? And you blame everything else. You carry around these rackets of all these problems in your life, and instead of just dealing with them or letting them go. But one of the things that they said to me, it was one of the only things that during the whole thing that I felt that was something. Most of it was like a confirmation of what I already thought. But this one thing that they told me was just like, it kind of like blew my mind. And so he drew this circle, and he said, imagine this circle is the representation of everything in the universe. And then he drew this small slice, right? Little piece of pie or whatever. And he said, this is the part of the stuff that you know that you don't know, or that you know that you know. You know how to drive a car, you know how to walk, you know how to do this, you know how to do that. Here's a slice here. This is all the stuff that you know that you don't know. You don't know how to be a surgeon. Here's like, imagine this whole other world, or this whole other circle represents all the stuff that you don't know that you don't know. And so you don't even know that it's possible because you don't even know it exists. You know what I mean? Like the way he explained it, and it was just that like aha, like there is so much shit that we don't know and we don't know that we know, and if we try to act like we know what we know, we really don't know anything. You know what I mean? Like we're all dumb, and in order to learn, you have to come from that perspective because otherwise you're gonna miss the lesson. And so that was the big aha.
I would love for if you can share with me on the back channel the name of this group. I would love to learn more about them and connect. Because what it sounds like, I would believe is that more than conditioning, what they're doing, it's known as neural linguistic and neural thinking transformation.
Yeah. So part of the thing was the neuro-linguistic programming. And I've done a lot in neuro-linguistic conditioning. Like I've done a lot of research on that. I was a big fan of Anthony Robbins, so I followed like all his stuff, read all his books, and then that led me into understanding neuro-linguistic programming. And you remember how you go about the language and stuff. I 1000% agree with you that our thoughts, or not our thoughts, our words translate actions and stuff, and you have to be mindful of what you're saying. And while I do try to be mindful, it's incredibly difficult. But what has happened is I've become aware of the amount of stuff that other people say, and when I listen to them talk, and I'm just kind of like, you don't realize how you just set yourself up for failure, just even in the way you set your sentence up. Like, why did you even say it that way? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many ways you could say this conversation, and what did you like? Sometimes I would call my sister on stuff where it's like she'll say stuff that the sentence doesn't even make sense, and I'm like, well, what were you saying? And she's like, I meant this, and I'm like, well, you didn't say that. You said something completely different. Like, that's what you meant, just say it. You know what I mean? But they want to. I don't know. We're going on a different topic, but yeah.
Yes. Thank you for the amazing conversation. I don't know if Mr. Oscar or C are there, and
I don't know.
I didn't want to maybe sound like I was answering you back and not allowing them to maybe share if they're there.
Are you there still, Ricky? I think he's grinding Seamoss. He's up, probably. Unless maybe, I don't know. Around 3 o'clock, we usually it gets late. But, this was such a great conversation. And I'm glad that you came in the room because, you know what I mean? I love it's not too often that I get to talk about subjects like neuro-linguistic programming and other stuff like the sustainability and stuff. Like, we've been all over the place. And yeah, it was a great conversation.
Yeah, thank you, and yeah, happy to. I think I already joined the club.
Yeah.
You usually get together on specific dates of the week and times.
Yes. So I've been doing this since December, maybe late November. We do it on Sundays and we do it on Wednesdays, usually around 9 or so. And I do it on Clubhouse, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So yeah, so if you ever want to come on live, you know what I mean, on one of the videos things, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or I have software that can bring you on through a web browser. But I would love. Sorry.
It would be amazing. Yes, please. I mean, if we can support each other, and in my case specifically, I'm looking to connect with people that have, are in this journey from different perspectives, are the same journey, and the journey is growing and growing together in many ways. So I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying, but yeah, if you're interested in opening the subject more connected to sustainability.
Hell yeah. Sorry to cut you off, but yes. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
I'd be happy to connect and for us to open up a live, as you said, and then have people, maybe they have questions, or if we can help them in any way, or
yeah, I'm going to bring that up because the one thing I want to really sort of talk and show people is that the importance of the sustainability on the environment and how this journey that they're going on. And I mean, they're only going for wildcrafted because one guy said it. It's not like there's a whole team of people that have like done tests and proven this and did this and says, okay, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this stuff is better. No one's saying that. Only one guy says it, and everybody's listening to what the one guy said. And it's like, okay, maybe 20 years ago he was right, but in this day and age, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the wildcrafted, you know what I mean, taking it. And if even if it was better, I don't believe that it's substantially better that it warrants you trying to get, like, most people are doing it so they can just sell more Seamoss, and it's just frustrating.
Yeah, but this is what I'm not bad. Sorry, this is what I'm saying about the greenwashing, blue washing.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I mean, usually it's a word connected to when you say you're sustainable, or say that it's better for your health and for the environment and for the ecosystem. You know, when it comes from the land and when it comes from the ocean. You know, when you say it's good for you and it is responsible. So as you said, many people are using apparently this one person's opinion based on exactly what, because this is something important as well. We have to see where it's coming from, and if it's coming from just one person, even though if that person has a lot of knowledge, I do believe we need to learn to contrast and to research. And I know many people don't have the time, kind of thing. So something that I also encourage entrepreneurs and business owners is to really be informative, you know, of be transparent. Because believe me, the more transparent, the more open, the more sustainable, the more responsible, the fairer, or the more fair, if it applies, the fairer you are, you're multiplying your business by 100x already.
Yes.
You might not get in the shortest term, no, but some things, yeah, depending on the business you are, yeah, you will see it right away, especially now with the tendency, with the way how consumerism is flowing. It's flowing to a more conscious way, no, holistically. So, yeah, business is proven. The business that puts sustainability as their forefront, which entitles every type of fair, every type of trust, every type of openness, every type of just and win situations. Yeah, millionaires are becoming millionaires, and billionaires are becoming trillionaires because they are turning into sustainability, and they're going to be, and we, you know, and this is, I suggest you keep going and improve this, you know, and you're going to be a leader supporting other businesses to lay the way for us to shift the systems towards being able to thrive as a species, because yeah, I don't need to sound all the time like, yeah, like dooming, but if you've seen the movie Don't Look Up.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I heard about it.
Okay, so I recommend you watch it, and yeah, it's a parody, obviously, no, but it's a parody based on what's really happening. But the difference between that movie and the reality is that there's not like a meteor coming right now that is gonna kill us in the next 6 months or a year. We're talking about the metaphor of a meteor in the sense of how humanity is self-destructing itself. You know, as a whole species, because of the way we are acting or non-acting, you know, or misacting, and the three of them, kind of.
Yeah.
And then we according, I mean, as a scientist, I can tell you that, yeah, if we don't change things now fast, I mean, the people who have enough money and real estate, so you're in the good business kind of thing. But obviously, as I can be your consultant if you want.
Yes.
Because you also have to be sure what type of real estate. Because depending on the real estate that you have, you're gonna have a lot of land, but nothing to be able to support yourself and your loved one.
Nothing to grow or harvest on it.
Exactly. like cement doesn't produce food.
No.
And most cities are built wiping every other species around them. We don't have we keep the rhythm what we're doing right now, and we don't start changing massively our actions in our business and shifting to this new way. We don't have 10 years, and we'll be seeing how we are killing each other, and you'll probably have people like coming into like, I'm putting the worst case scenario thing. Yeah, we'll have people like coming and killing, like going back to like the disaster that we had before, people killing each other like for nothing,
Yeah.
We're already in so many ways.
Yeah. No care for no respect for life.
I do have to say that even though I see the worst case scenario, and as a futurist, it is a plausibility. I also feel and know, and I'm acting towards it. And I know that many of us are acting towards it. We've met, and I now know one more. I'm starting this sort of checklist of every person I'm connected to. I want to really see and do. It's this big project that I have. Okay. To use the support of AI, to be able to analyze what it's called. I don't know if you heard about big data or big data. Yeah.
Or open data. Are you talking like open data?
Big open data. Yeah. It's both, because big data is a lot. Open is that it's not. There's nothing to
hinder it. Yeah.
Yeah, see. So big data to be able to really see how many of us are in this journey, because I believe that we are already. There's this study that I read that, though I didn't read it actually. We discussed it in a group that I'm part of, and I was gonna get. I have to ask about the article, obviously, but they said that this article talked about this studies that prove that if 3% of a population, a 3% out of 100, a 3% of 1,000, a 3% of 100,000, a 3% of 1,000,000, and a 3% of 8 billion, 3% of a population has a new way of doing things, and they do it together, the system entirely changes, to this new way.
Yeah.
So the problem with us as a species is that we are doing it, but we're doing it in isolation. Most of us, we're not connected. You mentioned, right? Seaweed, sea moss. Yeah, there's probably people that are doing both, or there's probably people that are connected already and doing this with this. No, and probably no, definitely. So why don't we make this an open source, open, data system in which you will be already connecting to everybody in the world, in the business, quote by quote, business of sea moss, seaweed, or algae. Because if you're connected to all of them, you can right away pinpoint which ones are doing it the right way, that you know what it is, because we've already talked about it. And you've shared which you are doing the right way. And there's always room for improvements in the right way.
Always.
Because it's a constant. There's not like the journeys in life. They have no limit. Actually, the only thing that has no limit is the journey that you can create for yourself. And then you will always be, you're either in fixed mode or in growth mode.
Yeah.
So if constantly you are in growth mode, and you connect with people that are in the same line that you are, and connect with the people in growth mode, the people in fixed mode eventually will follow the growth mode. So if we are able to do this massively, my futuristic predictions is that in 5 years, in 10 years, the system will be changed in 1 year already. The first 5 years, we will start seeing the reduction in disasters for climate change. We will start seeing the reductions, the huge reductions of hunger and homelessness and poverty, drastic reductions. We're going to start seeing more people being more connected to themselves and being in healing mode and in health mode and in loving, caring each other mode. And in 10 years, everything will shift. And yeah, that's what I see being possible.
That's what I hope so too.
Once when we connect. Once when we connect.
I'm actually on St. Lucia's website, like as I'm talking, trying to see what data they might have in their sort of. There's a website called Data World, and they list all the data sets from the different countries that subscribe to this open data platform or protocol, which basically seeks to create all the data, like, map all the roads in the world, all the schools, all the.
What's the name? Data World, you said?
Yeah, data.world.
Okay, I'll check it out. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a repository for like all the different open data sets. Now, St. Lucia has limited. They only have about 30 stuff, but you can look in other countries or even the United States where they have information about all kinds of like crazy things that you wouldn't think were like being monitored.
Which one that I would recommend that I'm gonna look into because I have this like huge amount of data, of information, of work or research and things and actions being done around the world connected to sustainability. And there is this, it's called the SES Club that is connected to the Resilience Alliance that it's part of the Creative Commons. Check out those like Google those things and connected to seaweed socio-ecological systems. No, I will check into it as well and maybe share it with you.
Yeah, please.
I'm pretty sure that there should be already data of socio-ecological frameworks applied to seaweed, sea moss, and the whole ecological use by humans of this resource and how to manage it in a more sustainable way. I'm pretty sure it has to be. There has to be.
So I have some articles. I can even share them with you where different organizations have done those kind of studies where they've gone into like a community, say like Laborie or Pralin, and have done like a study on like the uses of the sea moss, how it can be used to sort of help feed the community and grow the community, provide an income for them, how to do it sustainably, different byproducts and stuff like that. And so it's a pretty interesting article on which they show like the many different opportunities and just like ideas and concepts on how they can grow this stuff and become more sustainable and more profitable for the country. And just like St. Lucia has an unemployment of something like 20%, and the youth compromise 40% of the youth are unemployed. Like it's crazy. And so one of the goals, although I don't talk about this too much publicly, but one of the goals of our business, and as we're growing this business, is to create more business opportunities for these youth. You know what I mean? To create, and so my business partner in St. Lucia, he's in touch with a lot of these youth and a lot of these people that are in his community that are, unemployed and are just, looking for a better way of life. And some of them, they don't do it by choice, but almost by means of no other option, that they have to, hustle and do whatever they can to kind of like make a few dollars. And sometimes these things aren't the most respectable stuff. And so, you know what I mean? These are guys that want to be respectable, but, are finding it hard to, like they feel like everything's stacked against them. You know what I mean? And this is where I agree in the ways in the world controls us and manipulates us mentally into believing that these limitations actually exist, and they don't. And you know what I mean? And yeah. So one of the goals is for us to inspire these people through our story. And I'm telling you, the way we started this business, those that are on the ground in St. Lucia, they're watching us, and I know they're like, well, fuck, if these guys did it, you know what I mean? I can do it, because I started with like literally probably about $1,500 US. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it took to start the St.Lucian Seamoss company, and I grew that now to a business where we're easily doing 6 figures. You know what I mean? I think next year we can get our business up to 7 figures. You know
That's
what I mean?
so cool.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, the money. You know, I'm not saying the money so much. Like, I guess I'm doing it to kind of like show you that it's possible. Like this, in less than 2 years, we were able to push this to this point. And like I've said it before, there's nothing special in me. You know what I mean? Except my desire to see this through. You know what I mean? Because I know that in order to be successful, you almost have to burn the bridges behind you. And that's literally what I did with this business. I set myself in a situation where it's like I either sink or I swim. And
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
sink, I
Awesome.
swim. Yeah. And so as we grow this business, we're now starting to incorporate all the guys around my partner. And even when I set this business up, like, you know, I was saying before about making sure that the agreement is fair for both parties. I gave this guy 100% control of the company in St. Lucia. It's registered in his name. Like, I have no rights to the brand name and stuff like that. And then when we registered the company here, I gave him 50% ownership and controlling ownership of the company. And so he never has to worry about whether I'm going to screw him over or anything because
Exactly.
he's legally on paper owns it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I more work for
Yeah.
him than he works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? And because
Yeah,
of that,
yeah.
I never work like we're best friends. I mean, we you know, we're having the time of our lives doing this, and you
That's
know,
awesome.
we're making money. But I'll be honest, we're putting more money back into what we're doing than we're actually spending it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, and that's the model, right? That's the model. The more people doing the way you are doing it, the more we'll be able to really shift the systems and support more of our fellow brothers and sisters. Because in my case, as you also said it in your own way, I also like really resonated when what you said about you feeling that you were a spirit. You said, well, in your case, you use spirit in dirt. You said,
Yeah,
right?
in a dirt body.
In a dirt
in a
body.
horse body, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, in my case as well, I also feel that what I've started to really say it first in my mind and then out loud is that yeah, I feel that I came from. I mean, yeah, I'm born here on this earth now as Sandra, and yeah, maybe I also came to this world many years ago before my soul, my energy, but I feel that I come from somewhere further away, and that and yeah, when I came here to this earth, well, definitely there's things that I don't remember, I guess, but I really feel connected to everyone, and I'm talking humans and non-humans.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I do live my life in the now and concentrate in what I can control.
Mm-hmm.
But it has been hard, and for a while I did go into this depression period, like through like depression,
Yep.
clinically, being treated and like stuff like that, and where because I really couldn't deal with the amount of pain and suffering that our fellow brothers and sisters, so many right now. I'm not even thinking about the people that suffered, but yeah, well, they're suffering right now because probably their ancestors suffered,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's and then not even let's not even go into the how we are treating and abusing and making also suffering of every other species. I in my case here, I'm part of an amazing group of people that rescues wild animals that have been taken away from their home and have been abused and usually malnourished and really like even bitten or
Mm-hmm.
and I've been a mother and babies. I'm talking babies, not I mean I have a son, an 11-year-old human son,
Yeah.
But I've been also the mother of baby pumas, of baby
Oh, wow.
howler monkeys, of babies spider monkeys, of sloths, of baby tapir.
I love sloths, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say
they are
so
beautiful.
cool. Yeah.
And of macaws. Oh, the macaws are so smart. But anyways, and yeah, I've been blessed to feel, as you said. I love when you said that you felt the energy of the sea moss.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that you feel that it's alive and it moves. And yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely there are closeness degrees. You know, a sea moss is further away related to us than a monkey.
Yeah.
So yeah, we first of all we are a lot more similar to a monkey than to a sea moss.
Yeah.
And then the feelings that we have and the emotions and the sensations are definitely more similar, you know, than from the seaweed or the sea moss. Also, in my case, I have you see these other species, so these babies, they do suffer trauma, and I can't understand how people, and even many people that have pets, how can they, and they love their pets, how can they really believe that we are the only animals on this planet, because we are animals, that have a soul, you know, that have feelings and that feel pain and that feel loss. I mean, it's crazy, and that's I think it's easier to believe that because we are eating them in a very cruel way. No, but anyways,
interesting you say about the eating part and how we like, you know, we dominate these people. But I do believe that in a lot of ways we 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 were built by something foreign. You know what I mean? Something changed us differently than every other animal, plant, because like you said, no other species behaves the way we do with such complex. You know what I mean? Like shit. Like look, I'm living in a house with talking to electronic devices. You know what I mean? Where I'm communicating, you know, halfway across the planet. You're like wherever you are. Where are you calling from? Just
Peru. From Peru.
There you go. You're in Peru. You know what I mean? And so,
yeah.
What species develops these kind of tools and devices? And like, no animal builds these kind of complex structures and stuff like that. And what's crazy?
I mean, I do have like a theory slash like a theory. Let's say, because I would have to prove it, 100%, and I maybe I will someday. but yeah, I it's the we I do agree with you that it's from outside, but like we actually everything, all of us, every single species, we originally come from something from the outside, right? So, but what I have been right now, I was in a room. I left because the guy, it was a big room. It was like 1.4K people, and there were a lot of people in the room, in the stage, and then even more people on the audience. And the guy started talking about this extraterrestrial beings, and how they are among us. So this is out of the planetary biology that I know. But I do believe there is extraterrestrial biology. We have not yet seen other species, the distance that we've been out of this space from Earth, because our technology is still very limited. But that there are other species in the massive, huge universe that we are all part of, for sure.
Yes.
Right? So that they are, in a way, he used a word, and I asked him a question on the back channel, and he didn't answer. Hopefully he answers. He said that there are this race, or this people, this species. He said, I don't remember if he said species or race, on the moon that are harvesting humans. So I was only in the audience. I wish I had been in the
to ask the question.
So I could have asked, what do you mean? Okay, there are these species. Okay, that's a possibility. No, they are a different vibration. So we've been to the moon and we don't see them. No, but it's because they're a different vibration that's possible.
Yeah,
no, but what do you mean that they're harvesting humans?
And for what?
I mean, exactly. I those two questions I asked him in the back chat. I said, "What do you mean?" And well, no, I'm gonna read it to you because I said, "This is my message." My dear sapiens brother, thank you for your message and the amazing cosmic wisdom that you share. I have a question. What do you mean that these other species on the moon harvest humans? How do they harvest us and what do they use us for?
Yeah.
Because I really would like to know,
No,
that.
and that's what kills me is like you put out a profound statement like that, but you don't back it up with like why they're doing it or what the purpose. You know what I mean? You're just
if you're talking this like deep / what many people will say crazy.
Yeah.
You better like really talk. Well, I came to the room. I don't know how long they had been. Maybe he's already explained this.
Yeah, you missed it or something, but I doubt it.
But I don't know. But for me, I'm not sure if he's really gonna answer the question, and I'm not sure. Well, it'd be interesting. I do have to say that I don't judge, but I feel the energy of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went on and just he went. I mean, he turned 100%, 180 degrees the whole concept of what he was talking. He was talking about these intergalactic beings that, yeah, sure, I believe on it.
Mm-hmm.
But then he goes and say that how many races are right now living, on the planet. And he said the white race, the brown race, the green race, the red race, the yellow race.
What?
And then he said, who's the one that dominates or controls the other races? The white one, right? And then I said, okay, I think he went from cosmical interconnection with other beings to, well, something that it's inherent. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's connected. I mean, I don't know. It just didn't feel that it was cohesive, and so I just left the room because I did raise my hand to see if I had the opportunity to come up and maybe ask the question publicly. But then he went on in this, and it just. This other guy went on talking about they talk about the bloodlines, and then they mentioned very very little about the genes because this is something that the first thing that I want to do once this big project it's done to start. I'm working on this deal right now, big deal to work on this big project that I am part of. And one of what I envision that I would love to do to support theories that will help us to heal and grow together better as humans, independently where we come from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is this nanogenetic analysis of our genes? Because what these guys are saying is that apparently we have genes from other intergalactic species.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody. If someone is doing this study, they're not doing the open data source that we talked about.
No, they wouldn't have the information published on the open data.
Which for me is one of the main cancers of our species, hiding things from each other. And the only reason why people hide things is because they have something that they don't want everyone else to know, and usually it's because they want benefit for just their own.
Yeah, well, it's a benefit of control, right?
Because they'll have better control because they want to stay in this position of being superior, and no one is superior. No one. No matter the color of your skin, no matter your religion, no matter your sex, no matter your gender, no matter your way of thinking, Nobody's really superior.
No, all men are equal.
Exactly. We're all in the same level. In the same level of possibilities, as you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like mixing concepts. We're in the same level of possibilities.
Yeah.
We decide if we want to grow, to connect, to be in our fullest potential, or if we want to stay in this position of isolation, mistrust, and becoming controlling, and this mistrusting and feeling that everybody is against you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And well, there are people that are against us because there are people that are so. I'm sorry if it sounds strange, but the people that I call it, it's a sickness, it's an addiction that some people I have. That's what not only me. We've come with this. I co-wrote this book a few months ago.
Uh-huh.
We're about to launch the book.
What's it called?
The funnel about the book, and it has this way of explaining a lot of why we have reached the point that we have. We don't go to the deep end of talking of extraterrestrial influence.
Mm-hmm.
No, that we don't go that deep at all. We talk about what it's under our control.
Yeah.
Here, on this earth as humans, what you can do.
Mm-hmm. When you can change.
What you can do. Exactly. And we offer these 12 steps. These 12 universal steps to healing, to letting go, to awakening to your most highest potential, connected to nature, to humans, to all.
That's cool.
It's life, right?
Well, that's something for sure. Like when you come by and do, like, I'd like to, have you come on additional shows and talk about that kind of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? The course, well, not to say the course that you're selling, but the course that you're offering, and how they can use this thing to sort of break down barriers, open their minds. See, because like you said, you're right that we need to kind of, I don't know what to say, like, kind of focus on working with people to open their eyes so that we can collectively work together to make change. Because the more people are seeing things from the perspective that we're seeing things, the more power or leverage we have in sort of swaying the whatever decisions that we need swayed in our direction. Because right now, it's like you said, these corporate companies and stuff that have sort of manipulated these people into believing things like, lack and scarce and fear and all that stuff. And that's what's kind of ruling our planet,
Yeah, exactly. That's the root cause. Mm-hmm. The fear that we have been installed in our brains, mm-hmm. to close our hearts and our minds and concentrate in the materialistic belief that the only thing that can make us happy, it's something that it's outside from us, mm-hmm. and that is a physical, material thing. Mm-hmm. Consumerism, it's the epitome of this.
Yeah.
The more you have, the happier you are, but that's not true.
No.
And it's proven, and it's crazy because it's been proven by people that have a lot of money. Mm-hmm. That, like, they have money to be able to give the life that they are having to 5, 6, 10 generations of their own. Mm-hmm. And they live on their own by themselves, probably sick, probably sad,
yeah,
or killing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You see all these people that are famous, that have money, that have wealth in the physical, monetary, financial part, mm-hmm. materialistic, and they are the ones who make it sound like it's great. Believe me, they don't talk about their personal life.
Yeah.
And they're going to show happy personal life, but in the inside, one way or another, something is destroying them. Mm-hmm. So something is lacking, that it's really not allowing them to grow. And they stay in this conditioning, and they pull people into this because it is called greed. It is called selfishness. It is called, mm-hmm. anger. It is called what's the word? Envy.
Yes.
Jealousy.
All those negative spirits.
Exactly. It has many names, many ways, because we are so varied. We're so diverse, and there's so many and so much. And when you have people that tell you that this is what you have to like, and you grow thinking that is it. That's what I meant with the control, right? It's something silly that I'm going to put in for expanding your vision of awareness. You mentioned about these villagers that apparently, I don't know the villagers that you work with or are connected to in one part of the world, and I would definitely have time for us in another conversation to learn more about the community that you're connected to in the part of the world that you are working. Where is it, by the way?
Oh, St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. Okay. So, but you said, yeah, they have more money and now they buy a car. And this is something that we humans have been put in our brains to believe that this is what we want. We want a car.
Let me rephrase that. He bought a car, but it wasn't like it was more of a truck, and the purpose of buying the truck was so that he can increase his Seamoss. It was nothing that had to do with anything sort of vanity, or it was more about
exactly.
It was about building his business. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So but what I'm putting myself in the position, and thank you for clarifying that. One thing is buying something that becomes a tool for you to grow more.
Yeah.
And then you have what has been ingrained in our system because of the brainwashing that's being done by the marketing of brands. I gotta have this because everybody has it. I gotta have this because people that have money and fame and they look happy on the screen in the commercial.
Yeah, I want to be like that.
And the shows or in the movies. Oh, I want that.
Yeah, it's like the fear of missing out.
The fear of missing out because they created this, and that's brainwashing. That's controlling.
Oh yeah, for sure.
One of them. There's many stories. One very famous one that very little people know is the blood diamonds. I think there's very rare diamonds that are not blood related. There are sustainable diamond mining. I really think if there exists, we should only be buying those diamonds.
Yeah.
But most people are not.
No, it's all.
So there's a lot of abuse and killing and children abuse especially. But anyways, it was when the people abusing, obviously, because at the beginning of that time, a few decades or ago, this industry made the diamond woman's best friend.
Yeah.
And made this amazing event for heterosexuals that are allowed, to get married. The man has to, if it's a real man, he has to give his woman a diamond, right?
Yeah, that's
what was sold.
That's part of the engagement or the ceremony.
Now, every person that has a bit of money, at least in many countries that around the world, when they want to get married, they buy usually a diamond. Yeah. Very, very small or huge or many, but yeah, and nobody really asks where is it coming from. Because what they're selling is not the reality. They're selling an illusion.
It's a fantasy, yeah.
A fantasy, and sadly, this is why I recommend you reading. If you like to read, read the. Well, I have a lot of recommendations, but one that is very cool. It's *Sapiens* by Yuval Harari.
Okay.
It's a very cool book that expands what humanity has, how humanity has evolved in time. And then another one, if you really like to even expand that one more, it's called The Chalice and the Blade by Rihanna Aisler.
That sounds interesting. The Chalice and the Blade.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really mind blowing book. Now that I think if we had this in like primary school, because we could, when children know how to read, yeah, we would change right away. How we see each other as individuals, as part of a society, as what we'll start asking the hard questions right away, and we won't allow to be controlled, and told so. Because when we turn 18, it's very late in our development that most people become an adult, legally.
Yeah.
And they feel that now they have the right to say no, or they have the right to say, I want something different. There are younger, they're very illuminated humans that at a very young age, they really connect to their power, and they don't allow the system to force them into thinking who they are, telling them who they are, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I was one of those kind of kids growing up, because I was never really subscribed. Like, I always knew who I was and what I was going to be and what I was going to do, you know? Although I never thought I was going to be in Seamoss.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what's cool about the whole life experience. It's okay to plan. It's good. To live in the present and think in the future. Think of the future, learning from the past. But part of being really open and embracing what comes beyond your control is not getting attached or not expecting. Because for some reason something goes wrong, people depress, people life ends, or they cry and they become a victim. I'm talking about everything that can happen from inner problems to abusive relationships, abusive childhood, to just I don't know, many things that can affect you in so many harsh ways. Children that live trauma because they are surrounded by pain and by violence. And there's so many things that shape us. When you're so wounded, it's so hard to see your true self.
Yep. And you've got so many other people that are around you that are just saying things to you without realizing what they're really saying to you and how it has an effect on you.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't put ourselves. That's something that I learned a long time ago. That I always did, and sometimes I was ashamed for it. But we don't put ourselves in other people's shoes, as the saying says. And we just assume and expect. But you don't know the story of that person.
Yeah.
You don't know where they're coming from. They don't know where you're coming from. And if we are reactive and always thinking the worst, or always saying the worst, we're creating that reality to ourselves, for ourselves.
Yeah, you manifest that.
Exactly, and that's the power of what I was mentioning you, the metaphysical part of our existence. Yeah. We have forgotten about it.
Listen, everything that I'm doing right now, I literally manifested it 2 years ago. And it was crazy because I told my partner, I'm like, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. Like, this is what's going to happen. And I'll never forget it. He was like, well, how are you going to do it? I was like, I don't fucking know. I had no idea at the time, but I knew in my heart, in my mind, and I knew that if I believed it strongly enough, and I followed through with that belief, and all my actions were centered around that belief, that it would become true. Because I believe that everybody lives in their own little world. We design this world that we live in. You guys are all renting space in my world. If I want you out of my world, I can remove you in a second.
Yeah,
I have that power and that control. Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that, and they don't realize that they are the architect of what everything that happens into your life comes down to a decision of whether you made, either decision of either you made or didn't make. And
actually, you only have two ways.
Mm-hmm.
You have two doors. There's only two doors, really, in everything that happens when you're alive on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
You have the door of action and the door of inaction.
Mm-hmm.
Each of them will take you to a different universe of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing is that we humans are constantly not sure to act or not act. And then, when we choose door A or we choose door B, then we are suffering and the victims because it didn't work the way I wanted. I should have, could have, would have, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's when we mess it up.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just accepting and embracing our decision, I decided to act. This happened. Amazing. Now I do this. I decided to act. This happened. Okay. It was the opposite of amazing. So what do I do next? Okay, I do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But people just think that, okay, I acted, I went wrong, so no, I'm never going to act anymore.
Again. Yeah, that is true. True.
You know? Or I didn't act, and I'm in my safe spot. No, I'm not going to act, because if I act, I'm going to leave my comfort zone, and then things are going to be awful.
Mm-hmm.
And then you never know better.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's that, yeah.
No, I agree. And I feel like that it really comes down to, let me invite these guys up in case they have questions about Seamoss. But what was the word I was about to just say something, and when you have that train of thought and you can't remember. But it's sometimes you just got to take action, and the universe will figure it all out for you. Like, there's a lot of times where I just did something. I didn't think about what I was going to do or what I was doing. I just kind of did it to complete it. You know what I mean? And from then, it just kind of took its life of its own. It started going into different directions and whatever. And so, like, I agree with you in the sense that you got to take action. You just got to be aware of what actions you're taking and the direction that is you got to be mindful of the directions that it's taking you and making sure that it's aligned with the goals or whatever you've chosen in your mind that you want. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
So, hey, Giselle, we've been rambling on talking. I don't know if you have a question or there's something you want to talk about or even just add to the conversation. You're free to kind of share your thoughts.
Hey, morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, I'm hearing that it's turning towards affirmations and manifestations, which is something that I have used in relation to Seamoss, I guess, when I've been making my own.
Nice.
Some people are not so much into crystals or whatever it is, but I might, soak my Seamoss with rose quartz overnight to kind of give off the energy of that. And when I'm drinking it, obviously, I'm just mindful of all the nutrients that it has and the properties. But one of the things I wanted to ask, I don't know if you guys are aware, if there's any medical history, my white blood cells are extremely low.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been told this isn't something that you can increase, which seems a bit bizarre to me. But I naturally fall within the 5 percentile who underproduce. So I've got the white blood cells of what I've been told a leukemia patient. So they're very low. And I'm just wondering, and alongside that, I've got anemia. So I'm identifying a few issues with my blood cells. And I'm wondering if Seamoss actually might help with that, because it always says Seamoss helps with the immune system.
Mm-hmm.
But that could be other elements within the immune system. I'm wondering if anybody's aware or knows of anything.
Well, I think the best way to know is to try it and see how it works for you. My experience and just over watching everybody take Seamoss is that Seamoss affects different people in different ways. And so while it might be good for one person, you may take it and decide you don't get that same results or the same sort of effects that other person was doing. Although, I'm not really a doctor or anything, but my understanding with the anemia, being anemic, that means you're deficient in iron, right?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that Seamoss is high in is iron. And so that might be beneficial. But I would also consult with a doctor as to how to approach it.
With the white blood cells.
Yeah, or some because you have this condition. I don't want to be like, oh, take the Seamoss, it'll fix everything. I don't have that expertise to kind of give that recommendation. Although I do know it's high in iron, so I think taking some of it might have a positive effect if you're deficient in iron. It's high in zinc and Pardon?
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, high in zinc, magnesium, iodine, phosphorus, and magnesium, which is a lot of these stuff that you need for the building blocks of life. Now, will that help increase your production of white cells? I have no idea. But, I mean, if you're deficient in certain things that you need to build your life, taking something that is high in those materials that you need to build life should, in theory or logically, increase your ability to build that stuff. You know what I mean? But why you're not building that stuff, is it because you're deficient in those materials inside yourself, or is that because the way your body has been built, it's not producing those things? So you could be have a ton of iron and still be anemic because of the way your body. Like I don't know.
Juices,
yeah. I could be wrong. I could be right. I'm not a doctor. These are just my thoughts that are going through my head as I'm kind of talking about it. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. At the end of
no worries. That's good insight. I guess if it's building all the other, I don't know. Obviously, I know what I need white blood cells for, but hopefully, in keeping the rest of the system up, hopefully, it will not put as much pressure on the white blood cells or the little that I have.
Exactly.
For it to kind of be needed. I'll look into that, and I need to get back on my Seamoss journey, I guess.
Yeah.
And then probably do a blood test and see.
Exactly. That's what I would do. Definitely. I don't think enough people are doing blood tests to kind of see where they're at when it comes to taking the Seamoss. And they're told by all these people like, oh, Seamoss is this, cure all, this, that. It's got the 9. It doesn't even have this 92 minerals. You know what I mean? There's not even. No. There's no 102, 902 mineral. When you start researching elements in the human body and what comprises the human body, you'll find that there's about 64, 65 elements in the humans, including the trace nutrients. And so when you find, like you'll ask, I've asked many people that, you'll ask these guys to produce their list of 92 minerals. And when you start analyzing and researching each of the materials in the list, you'll see that at least 5 or 6 of them are harmful to humans and bad. And so no one really knows. And, when it comes to testing the Seamoss, no one's tested it for all 92 minerals. The closest I've seen someone do, like just the cost alone to test the Seamoss for 92 minerals is probably an estimated like $9,000 or $10,000. It's like $200 or $150 an element.
So who proposed that this was done? I'm assuming this may have been Dr. Sebi, no?
Only Dr. Sebi says this stuff. Only Dr. Sebi and the people.
But he had to prove it in court, didn't he?
No, he didn't. And this is the thing. And I hate to like throw shame on the guy because there's a lot of good work that he's did and there's a lot of people that are happy with his stuff. But when you start going into the history and the sort of like that stuff with the court cases, I've read the transcripts. You know what I mean? He went through 2 court cases. And one, he beat it on a technicality where they were kind of saying, I think it was something like, they were saying that he was practicing without a medicine license or whatever. And in order to do that, he had to be prescribing the person and giving them medicine. And so he was able to say like, I didn't diagnose these people and I gave them food. But the food he was giving was supposed to be his medicine, but he got on a technicality. So they got him off that because of the way they charged him, right?
Okay.
And then the second one, he basically settled out of court. And part of his settlement deal was that he had to retract all his advertising and stuff and pay a $900 fine. Now, if you win a court case, you don't have to pay anything.
Right. So right? It wasn't based off of improving that.
No.
Such and such as cancer's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I learned something new.
Yeah. And so you got to be careful, because a lot of people that care about him, or that have based their sort of whole healing journey around his teaching and lessons, it's disastrous for, like, they get really upset when people sort of question some of the things that he's done. Now, I'm not saying all the things that he did was a lie and all the things were wrong, but when it comes to Seamoss, this is what I know. One, when he says that the minerals get the Seamoss from the rock, impossible. Scientifically impossible. Two, when he was standing up there showing a piece of Seamoss saying it's Chondrus crispus, he was holding Garcellaria. Chondrus crispus is not thin, long strains. Okay? Another thing, when he talked about sea moss growing in pools and stuff like that, he didn't really go into deep depth of these actual operations, because they never did this. They don't really exist, right? There's only one
doesn't really exist.
Pool-grown sea moss.
Okay, yeah.
What people think is pool-grown sea moss is really actually industrially grown sea moss that's coming out of Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and they're using that for cosmetics and food products and stuff like that. It's really not meant to be in the supply chain for humans, but whatever, it's cheap. And that's the only thing about that sea moss. It's just cheap sea moss.
Yeah.
It's not grown in. You can't grow sea moss in chlorine or anything like that.
No.
So So I don't know where I was going with this, but
you're just talking about Dr. Sebi and what he was able to prove or disprove, or
yeah. So that was that, and so no minerals in the rocks. Sea moss was different, and that was pretty much and like, you got to understand, when he talked about the salt, that's the sea moss should have little or no salt. That's all, the minerals are in the salt. And so while I do agree that you shouldn't have too much salt in your sea moss, right? One, when you wash the sea moss, all the salts go away, and two, the sea moss is coming from the ocean. You know what I mean? The ocean is salt water. And when you
preserve it.
Yeah, and when you dehydrate this thing, it's slowly releasing moisture. That moisture turns into salt crystals, and that's where you're getting the salt from. No one's adding salt to it. You know what I mean?
So what do you do? How do you make yours? You don't wash your salt off?
What do you mean? Well, like when we take it out of the ocean?
Yeah, well, when you're making this, because it's almost like, I don't know, well, you guys must have saltfish, like salted fish, you soak it, so it takes off all the salt. When you're washing your sea moss, do you not take it off? Do you not take off your salt?
No, but so I guess when I'm washing my dried sea moss, yes, it will take the salt off it, and when you're rinsing it. But when you're packing it, and you're like, say someone's like opening it out of the package, sometimes there'll be salt crystals or residue, and people will say, "Oh, it's not supposed to have salt." Or if they see a picture of the sea moss and it's got salt crystals all over it, they're saying,
"Oh, I've never heard anybody say that." I mean, I know it's meant to have salt. I've been told that if it doesn't have salt, then that's problematic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually, no salt is an indication of avoided,
it's not fresh or not being preserved, or
not enough minerals.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'm not to well, I know I've already interjected, but I wasn't to take away from the course of the conversation.
Oh, no. This is like, we want to give everybody an open space to kind of talk about sea moss and just ask questions, and really we're just talking about sea moss and anything related to sea moss. So it's like all, there's no constraints, no sort of like barrier. You know what I mean? Like,
so wait a minute, are you guys up at like 3 a.m. talking about sea moss?
Yeah. I started at 11 o'clock. I usually do this Tuesday, like Sundays and Wednesdays, and we start from usually around 9 and we end about 2 o'clock or so, if not longer. Okay. But I mean, I'm passionate about sea moss. I love it. It's changed my life in so many ways, not just like on a health level, but more on a spiritual level. I feel that I'm definitely vibrating at a completely different frequency than I was, say, 2-3 years ago before I started on this journey. And, my life is like, it's crazy. Like I see things on a spiritual level, like being revealed to me in so many different ways. It's scary and it's hard to explain. And there's times where it's like I've really seen how good God's grace can be, like how much He can just look after you and take care of you. You know what I mean? There's times where it was like I was in a situation where I wanted to do everything I could to kind of control it the way I wanted. And the whole time, God, the Holy Spirit, whoever was in my ear, just saying, "Relax, relax, calm down, don't do nothing." Like even when I was about to do something, don't do it. You know what I mean? And then I didn't do anything, and everything turned out to the point where it was just like I was just like, wow, how could this happen? How could that? You know what I mean? Even the journey that I'm on the Seamoss, like for me to meet my partner, and this is a guy who's like I don't know anybody more connected in the Seamoss industry than he is in St. Lucia. I don't care what anybody says. There's nobody that knows more people in the business and has such a respectable reputation. And
so you got that good Seamoss coming through.
Good. I got the best Seamoss, like literally in the world. And I know it sounds cocky and conceited to say it, but it's because of him that I'm able to have that. Because
and I want to add that he has one of the best, one of or the best Seamoss in many ways to sell, because he's not only the product itself, but how the product gets collected and by who, and the connections that he creates to be a just business and to make sure that the ecosystem is taken care of. So it's all the dots, all the like check.
Yeah, everybody gets paid proper. He even makes sure that like what happens in a lot of situations in Seamoss is that a foreign person will come and meet someone on the island and do a deal with them, right? That person will pick and choose who he goes to get the Seamoss from and work order the deals. A lot of times there's certain people that just get left out of the fold, and in some ways they suffer because they can't sell their Seamoss. He goes in and makes sure that everybody gets a deal, and that like he will not buy from someone that he feels is going to sort of, you know, who's selfish or who's going to keep it for themselves and not spread the money around. Because, you know, we know down there that we like this. There's so much Seamoss. You know what I mean? We live in such an abundance, and this Seamoss market is massive. Like massive. That's part of the reason why I'm in it. You know what I mean? Because I took one look at it and I was like, oh my god, this thing is so huge. We're such on the cusp of like, you know what I mean, the starting stage of this industry. There's so much room to grow. You know what I mean? Like everybody can get rich off this.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Oh, I'm just looking at your page. Okay, I'm just seeing the link. I'm gonna look at the link.
I wanted to just say that my battery's gonna die right now, and also gonna be 3 a.m. I have an early wake up. Giselle, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate the club, Julien. It's been amazing,
Thank
really,
you.
to connect with you, to listen to your experience and your life and well, the Seamoss, and learning how you are working on that and supporting the people in the area that this resource, this species specifically, which one I'm not sure, but yeah, that you're making sure that it's being done properly. And again, please let's connect and see if I can bring my share of wisdom to the table when it comes to how we can be more sustainable when it comes to Seamoss. I'm happy to add to the collective for that.
Yeah, I would love that. And yeah, definitely let's stay in touch. And I'd like to have you come back and talk more about sustainability. And it was a pleasure meeting you. Like, thank you so much for coming here and
thank you.
taking a chance on the room.
I'll see the times when you put the club on. I do come. I'm in the city right now with signal and connection, but I go deep into the forest off the grid on a regular basis. So, but yeah, if I'm in the city, yeah, thank you. If I'm in the city and at the time that your club is up, I'll definitely jump in and connect.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
All right.
everybody.
We'll talk soon.
Sarah, again, and send you love from the Amazon of Peru.
All right. Take care, Sandra. It was a pleasure. Bye. Such a beautiful lady. And hey, Sarah, I saw your comment here that we have lots of Seamoss and Zanzibar. It's a pity I didn't know all these. I have to do my homework. Oh, and you know what? I forgot to tell her before she left that because she kept kind of hinting. She was asking what species that we sell, and it's Euchinima cottentini and Garcilaria. But just getting back to Sarah's message there, there's a lot of great Seamoss coming out of Tanzania, Africa. Mainly the Euchinima cottentini. So, if you're able to get access to it, you should, try and get into the business. And if you want, I created a group. You guys should all try and join to further more of your knowledge on Seamoss, but also network with other Seamoss sellers and buyers. And that's the Seamoss Buyers Club. I have that on Facebook. So you check that out, and it's, it's a great place. It's got, I think, over 8,000 members now, almost 9,000. And, people selling Seamoss from all over around the world.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, I think when anything starts to pick up a bit more notoriety and popularity, it's great. People have been talking positively about the benefits for so long. But do you feel it's not like not like in the same vein as cultural appropriation, but do you feel that with the wave of people becoming aware of Seamoss and its benefits, they're using it in ways that they shouldn't, or does it kind of irk you that everybody's talking about it now when potentially this may be something that you've been preaching for a long time?
No.
Let's say, like in terms of veganism, people know the benefits of that, and now it's seen as a fad, and oh my gosh, you're not vegan, and that's the new craze. I'm wondering with Seamoss, do you have that same feeling?
No, others might, but I wouldn't, just because to me, I'm happy that you're involved. You know what I mean? Like that to me, it's like when people say that, oh, they're upset because people are jumping on the bandwagon. It's like, why would you care what, like, you know what I mean? Like, why do you care whether or not people jump on the?
For everyone to get healthier.
Pardon?
And I'm saying, is that not the aim for everybody to get healthier?
This is what I'm saying. You should be happy that these guys, even though they eat like stuff that you don't agree with, that they're trying the Seamoss and they're getting somewhere. You know what I mean? And if you can make a little money off it, then that's even better. You know what I mean? And if you can take that money and improve someone's life or change someone, you know what I mean? Even better. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. The thing that bothers me about the industry is more about the misinformation and how everybody becomes fanatical about what Dr. Sabia said about Seamoss rather than doing their own research and their own sort of information. And when they run into a guy like me who has done that work and has something to say, rather than being sort of like mature about it and listening to me and maybe figuring out, like if you don't disagree, then come up with some evidence and stuff rather than just kind of like, ridicule me or, call me crazy or whatever names that they decide to call me because they don't want to spend the time to Google, what is already out there. Like, it's not like I made this information. I can show you where I read it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so to me, it's kind of like, how are you serious about Seamoss and you haven't read this?
Well, I think that this is exactly the point, is in terms of, some people not necessarily know the background of Seamoss, but like I said, they're talking as if. But I know a lot of people would use Dr. Sebi as the point of reference, but I guess that's just goes to show influential and how much of that trendsetter or trailblazer he was for this industry, because I didn't know about Seamoss if it wasn't for him. Well, the micronutrients or the bits in between that may have been proven on the spoon, he's the main source that most people know about Seamoss from this Western society, I would say.
Agree.
In terms of people needing to do that research to look into it, because already I've learned quite a bit about things.
And the information's there for everybody to find. It's just sometimes these guys don't want to do it. They don't want to look for it for themselves.
And I think that's a fair point as well. Some people just say, okay, well, I've heard this and this, and I don't want to get to the ins and outs of the court case. I just want to look at the property of what was being discussed. So a lot of people wouldn't necessarily do the research into the court cases or what are the 92 minerals. I mean, these are all selling points that but I guess one of the concerns I might have is with the popularity that it's getting is now we've got farms. People are making Seamoss outside of seawater, or people slapping a price tag on it. So just taking away a bit of that.
See, I don't have a problem with them slapping an expensive price tag if that expensive price trickles down to the person that produced the product originally. My issue a lot of times is when I watch someone who's making, say, $100 a pound off a product and is insisting that they get it for less than $6. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can afford to pay $2 or $3, and the guys usually are only asking for a few dollars more. It's like you can afford to pay that. If you need to make more money, just sell more product.
And that's the problem. That I have
You're
so just about to tell faith, and I said, "Oh my gosh, this is freaking out a plant." So I was thinking about the last thing I need is somebody to try and genetically modify it, and I think this is the fear when something that's a herb or something that's more natural, organic is taken and manipulated. I think this is the fear that people will maybe have to contend with in the future, is thinking that they're doing something for their body when actually it's counteractive. All for the money and the gains and just to mass produce when you're getting the good stuff before. I think that's a concern I have.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of concern about getting the cheap, low quality Seamoss and stuff like that. I agree with it. I feel like you got to do your research. You got to know who you're buying from. It's like buying weed, marijuana. You know what I mean? You have your sort of dealer that you trust, and you make sure that this guy cares enough about the product and about you that he's going to make sure that he's storing it from proper source, and these guys are doing the right conditions and stuff like that, and but there is a lot of these fake Seamoss out there, and people trying to, and then there's a lot of people that are just selling stuff that they don't even realize that they're selling is garbage. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just think it's a good price. And like a lot of these grocery stores, no one's coming to them and telling them this is, poorly grown a product, or this product wasn't dried correctly. They're just like, oh, this is Seamoss. It's $1 a kilo. Okay, I'm gonna put it at it's $4 a pound, and I'll make some money. They don't think 92 minerals or this and that or anything Dr. Say. They don't even know who Dr. Say is. You know what I mean? And Seamoss has been selling in the stores for a long time. Lots of people consume Seamoss. It's only just new to us. You know what I mean? Like, I have a buddy of mine who's Vietnamese, and he gets Seamoss off me, and he showed me a dish the other day that his mom makes, and they like stir fry it and like put shrimps with fish sauce and shit on it. And I'm like, yeah, when he showed me the dish, I was like, what? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, huh?
They've known about it.
Yeah, and this is how they eat it. Like, he's like, this is like a traditional dish. You know what I mean? Like, he's just kind of like, yeah, because I thought she just made it up. He's like, no, like, we eat this all the time. You know what I mean? It's just we don't know where to get it. And he's like, I sell the stuff you have. You have some of the best stuff, and so yeah, that's why you got it. But like, all kinds of cultures have been eating Seamoss for like people go on and make it seem like Dr. Sebi made it. Like, Dr. Sebi made it popular to you, but not to the world. The world's been eating it for years. We've been in the dark for a very long time. And not only that,
it's the Western society,
America only, because anybody in the Caribbean has always known about Seamoss. You know what I mean? It's been a standard thing in St. Lucia for decades. You know.
So your partner's one, does he ship?
Oh, the guy here next to me, Seamoss?
Or your partner, does he ship?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, in St. Lucia, yes. My business partner ships. So our operation, we have a couple farms down there. We have some divers, boats, but we mainly buy from other people and we package and ship it and export it to. We have a location in Toronto, Canada, and in Atlanta. And so from there we wholesale a lot of the Seamoss out. We spend probably ship I think about 3,000, 4,000 pounds every 2 months.
Wow, that's good. That's a lot.
Thank you.
Well, check out the webpage.
Pardon?
Check out your webpage for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And like, come back here. Are you selling Seamoss? Like, how are you in the business?
Just buying mine from the market.
Yes. And where are you calling from, or talking from?
Talking from London.
Nice.
London. So whilst you guys are probably getting ready for bed, I'm getting ready for work.
Yeah. No.
Literally.
I'm waiting.
Around.
I think Ricky here, he's sleeping, and I
think so.
I almost fell asleep a couple times. You know what I mean? But it's the passion, you know, the Seamoss. I love it. But like, you know, yeah, I love it. But I should be getting to, I should be getting to sleep soon.
Yeah, I'm going to be logging off because I'm leaving out of the house in a second. So, but thank you for allowing me to pop in and ask away.
Hey, anytime, Giselle. And then, like, you know, if you want to ever come back here and ask more questions, like, we try to do this every Sunday and Wednesday. I usually start around 8:30, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and we usually go to about at least 12, 1 o'clock, but usually 2, 3. Today, there's another kind of went overtime, but it was because that girl Sandra came in, and she was from the Amazon. And if you get a chance, you should actually come back and listen to the replay of the show, because she really goes in deep about explaining the importance of sustainability in our environment and in our planet, and just how, you know, we need, when it comes to sea moss and stuff, we need to be really mindful to make sure that this stuff is harvested from our oceans sustainably, because it can really have a disastrous effect on the ecosystem if too much is taken out too quickly and not replaced. And so it could be something that can be devastating to the marine life. And you know, a lot of life depends on sea moss. And if it were to go, it's kind of like the bees with pollination.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so if tomorrow we were to wake up and there's no algae in the oceans would probably die off, you know, over, I don't know how many years, but, you know, a lot of the phytoplankton and a lot of the building blocks, basic food that most marine life live on comes from sea moss.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. You know, that's so true.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even think about that in terms of replenishing it or allowing for it to grow again organically. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, well, I will leave it there and I'll speak with you soon.
All right. Well, cheers.
Right, take care. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Yeah. I don't know, Sarah. You know, I want to invite you to talk, but at the same time, I want to go to sleep. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end it here and invite you guys to come back on Wednesday, and let's talk more about Seamoss. Sarah, if you can come back Wednesday and let's talk about your business. If you're selling Seamoss or you're interested in selling Seamoss, maybe we can talk about some ideas on how to get you started and stuff. Take care. Glad to see you, Mr. Oh, okay, they're talking in the back channel. Okay, and with that, I'm going to end the conversation, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. All right, and take care, and don't forget to take your Seamoss. Okay, end that video. End the live stream. Goodbye. Take your Seamoss.